used this laptop, so I want to make sure you guys can hear me before I continue on. So I'll wait till I see a couple thumbs up and make sure you guys are hearing me okay. So J-Dog's Gone Fishing. He finally came up with a name for the channel. Let's see. All right, we got, let me see if I can get this going here. So apparently, StreamYard is not linking with, hang on here a second. I accidentally clicked on something I shouldn't have. Shut that off there. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I seen the one thumbs up. I seen one thumbs up there, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay. So we'll go ahead and get started and say hellos. First of all, I think Roger fell asleep in class again. Forgot to hit start. You guys got me now? If you could, give me a thumbs up. Make sure you guys can hear me okay. Like I said, I'm using a laptop tonight, and I've never used it, so I want to make sure you guys can hear me. You guys can see me okay. Somebody give me a thumbs up, and we'll keep rolling. Otherwise, I'll shut her down and switch over to the phone like I did before. Loud and clear. All right, thanks, Becca. I appreciate that. All right, we'll get kicked off and going here. First in chat tonight was my nephew Hyde. I'm not sure if he made it back in tonight, but so if you make it back in, I hope he's watching. And so, hey, little buddy, I missed you big time. Stonefly 71, Bullock Experience, Jason Lamb, Zach Murray, and Clear View Outdoors, aka Skip Stewart. So he's taken off with fire under his belt. He's got 2 videos out already, and he's super excited. Talking to him yesterday. And so good for him. Glad to see him finally bite the bullet and unleash his creative side. Slime Action Outdoors, Chris, thanks for stopping in. Sampy's in the house. Creole, my Cajun brother down there, actually got some snow. So hopefully you're hanging in there okay, brother. Paul Edsman's in the house. Mo Creek, Buckeye, Jim, Catfishing, Kazi's in the house. Rob, the 2 old vets, is in the house. SF Outdoors in the house as well. Country Boy Catfishing, Betty Cross and Brandon Cross hanging out with me tonight. Thank you guys for stopping in. Lynn Leeper also just got off the feed, along with Chad Fields and D Fields also in the house. James Dockery, and I'll try to catch back up here. I see Lyle, who also hopped over on that live feed, and a lot of cool information was handed out over there. You guys get a chance to check out Lee Evans Catfishing Kentucky. It was a cool little segment he put together. Hooks and Hammocks is in the house. Let's see. Palmetto Cats, Kevin's in the house. Lee Reed, Brandon with Catfishing Dreams. Let's see. Peace City Smitty's in the house. Avid Fisherman's in the house. Sean Abney. And more, they're coming in fast. Chunky Elstan Perez is in the house. Night Ninja Ghost. Thumbs up, Roger. Old buddy, old co-worker I used to work with. We've been chatting off to the side. Thanks for stopping in, brother. I appreciate you tuning in. So a lot of good stuff going on right now. Fishing with the Chad, John Boy, Chrissy Brown. Imagine Ernie Brown's in here already. If I hadn't seen him, Mad Catter. Boy, oh boy. We're having fun now. We're getting rolling. We only got 5 minutes into the stream. We got 56 people in chat, so thank you guys for stopping in. Couple things this weekend, Valentine's Day. So hopefully it was good to you. It was good to me. Got to spend the weekend with my wife and hanging out. She had a long weekend, President's Day yesterday. So, man, we got hit with the snow and the ice. She got stuck here in the driveway, and it took forever. I tried working her car out, but she had to take my truck to work today. So it is what it is, but good having the 4-wheel drive when you got it. A couple other updates real quick. Got the Muskrat, the steering's fixed, fuel pump and stuff's taken care of. So we're just waiting on some weather to break. Looks like next week should be good to go as far as the weather breaking and finally warming up. This stuff's going to melt and we're going to get some water flowing. And you know me, I like my high water. So I'll be happy about that. Jim, Catman Clark's in the house. We probably got 4 inches of snow, ½ inch of ice. The ice is so thick here, I walk on top of the ice. We've got about 8 inches of snow underneath the ice. And then a layer of ice and about 3 inches of snow on top of the ice. It's pretty funny. Ripley forecast mid-40s. I like the sound of that, Buckeye. So this last weekend, we had an awesome challenge, a Bluecat tournament put together by Chad Fields, again, fishing with the Chad. And I can't remember how many. I think we had 6 teams competing this last weekend. Always fun. Always good time to always good time to hang out and see everybody out there. But I tell you, Mo Creek and Parker Pursuits put some big shoes to fill. They got 36 fish on Saturday, 36 fish, and they had an hour delay start. I think that's the trend because come the couples tournament, Creole, they gave us an hour head start and come back and whooped us up pretty bad. But these guys out there, man, first of all, hats off to everybody that made it out there this weekend. Very, very frigid temperatures to even attempt it, whether you be on a boat or on the bank. I know these guys were on the bank and just put the hammer down. I mean, hammer down for sure. I know Stan and Dan with Green Machine were out there on the water as well. I know that Creole made it out and had some trolling motor issues and had to shut her down. Too much current to drop an anchor. Safety first, man, especially in these cold temperatures. You got to put yourself first. Fishing's fun. We got the fever. You guys probably know by now me and Skip and Zach, AKA the River Warriors. We like it. We like it no matter how bad it gets, but safety comes first. We'll push ourselves to the limit, but there's a point where we got to call it and say, well, this ain't worth it. Falling on his butt was the highlight. Yeah. They're falling on the butt and saving the fish and saving the rod. That is hard to do. So hats off to you guys for that. We are going to try to get out there this weekend. We are waiting on the weather to give us. It looks like the weather forecast is calming down a little bit. Not as bad as what it was calling for. We'll have to check things probably on Friday to see how the water conditions and the ramps are. Fishing with the squirrels in the house, hooks and hammocks, catfish heroes. Man, thanks guys for stopping in. Appreciate it. So we're going to get out there and we're going to give it a try. Other big news this weekend was Norm announcing a Channel Cat tournament. I forgot to write the dates down. I apologize. They're in June, and also a ladies only tournament coming up in August. So those are a couple of cool events coming down the pipeline, and so I thought it was going to be interesting and cool to bring up. And while we've got everybody here, 71 people in chat. Awesome, guys. Hey, hit that thumbs up if you could. If you're tuning in from Facebook, I'm trying to see the comments over on Facebook side. It's not working. The permissions granted by Facebook and StreamYard, I haven't got them figured out how to communicate back and forth to each other. So if you're experiencing this and you know the shortcut, help me out. Shoot me a message and I'll get it all squared away. If you're tuning in on from Facebook, take a look at the link if you like what we're doing, and consider subscribing to the channel and check out some of our content. Mark Clark's in the house, fishing. Where'd he go? Mr. Gadget Fishing. There we go. What's Facebook? You don't want to know. If you ain't in it already, don't even bother. So what else we got? All right. So the reason I'm even in here is because I found out I'm wrong about some stuff. I found out that I didn't pay attention in school like I should have. And I've been trying to cast accurately to structure or to fish. So, when we set up on a waypoint, we will drop a waypoint on the structure or fish, whatever it may be, and then we will go upriver and we'll spot lock. All right. Now for us, normally with Zach in the boat, spot lock usually runs right around 100 feet, give or take. Now, with that being said, on Zach's boat, his spot lock, you got to know where your GPS coordinates are coming from. Unless you have your unit linked, so if you've got iPilot link, if you've got it linked to your trolling motor, your GPS coordinates is coming from the front of your boat and coming from your trolling motor. Okay. If you don't have it linked, it is coming from your head unit. So if you have a 20-foot boat and your head unit is, let's say, in the middle of the boat and you have 10 feet, all right, so now you're 100 foot away, but in reality, you are 90 foot away because your head unit is 10 feet behind you, behind the back of the boat, okay, and ahead of the boat, I'm sorry. All right, so that makes things a little more difficult. All right, so then, okay, all right, now I'm 90 feet away. How far do I need to cast? All right, so you cast a line out, and let's say you're in 50 foot of water. All right, so this will be a test. All right, so I told you we was going to go to school. All right, so we're in 50 foot of water. We're anchored up 100 feet in front of our waypoint. How far do you need to cast to hit your target? I mean, you want to hit target. You want to hit right in front of the target. All right. Anybody want to take a guess? Nobody's going to take a guess. I'm not waiting on people to raise their hands. Hang on a second here. I'm going to. All right. Catfish and Dreams. Thank you. At least somebody's pitching in here. 100 foot and let it fall. P City Smitty. Stonefly says 150. Avid says 90 feet. SNF Outdoors is the correct answer. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. All right. So that is the Pythagorean theorem. I did not think of this, come up with this, and put this all together on my own. All right, well, here we go. SF Outdoors has got it. 102.96 feet. Buyer Boys, 85.99. Two Old Vets, 125. 125. Who said 125? Rob, Two Old Vets. Rob with Two Old Vets is basically what 125 would have been what I guessed. Okay. Here's the thing. A squared. All right. So here we go. Hopefully this looks as cool as I thought it would. Here's our boat. Okay. We're on the water. We're the Muskrat Adventures. All right. We got fish down below. All right. Over here, we got a big log. Got some structure back here in the back. All right. Up here, we have 100 foot of fishing line. All right. And we want to hit this target right here. We want to put that bait right here in front of this log so these fish that are right here can get it. So if we have 100 foot, whoops, and we throw 100 foot and we let it fall and it comes all the way down here, when it hits the bottom, we're a little short of the target. We're a little short of the target. So we have to have additional line to make sure we get back to that target. And if you're looking at this right here, it ain't a whole lot. It's not nearly as much as I thought. All right. So I was with Rob with Two Old Vets. I would have thought all along that I would have thought all along that I'm in 50 feet of water. My target is 100 feet away. Okay, so when we drop a pin, our pin's going to hit up right here, right, or down here. We're going to drop our pin, whether you're using down scan, side scan, or just dropping a waypoint. When we drop that waypoint, it's 100 feet. All right. I would have thought 125 feet. If you throw more, right here's 100 feet. Okay. You prorate that down. Now, what is that? A squared. We got 100 feet and 50 feet of water. That equals 111 feet. 111. So I'm 11 feet shy of my target. Now, if you're in springtime, summertime, and you got a good bait and the fish are active, 11 feet might not be too far off. But in the wintertime, when you really got to get the bait right there on them fish, and you pretty much got to hit them in the head or hit them in the face with the bait, that 11 feet may make or break your day if you're not getting your bait where you want it to be. Okay? I'm telling you guys this because I have all along overcasted, I bet, my bait over and over and over again, thinking that my target is 100 feet back, but I'm in 50 feet of water. I'm going to need to let some line out. I should have let more line out, but I didn't. All right. I have been letting a lot more line out. My target, I've been hitting way out in the middle of nowhere. Did I maybe find other fish? Yeah, I have. I got lucky a lot. But as far as pinpointing exactly where my bait needs to be, Zach put me on to Zach Murray. He's in chat tonight, and we fish a lot together. And me and Zach and Skip, we talk about fishing during the week. We think about fishing even when we're fishing. We talk about fishing while we're fishing. That's how we do this. All right. And so I started asking questions about this theory, and he, Zach's in construction. He knew it right off. He said, well, you're throwing too far. We got to shorten it up. And he said, A squared plus B squared equals C squared. And we sat right there on the boat, and he drove it all out for me, and it hit me like a light. I said, man, I have been doing this wrong a lot. Set up on top of it and suspend. That's right. P City Smitty. That's a great tactic. Drop the baits on top of them. Avid says, yes, very good. We could do that. So here's what I'm wanting you to take away from it is all the answers that you gave. How did you line up? I'm not scrolling back up. It's not a test. I'm not saying who got it right or who got it wrong. There was no right or wrong. This is to help anybody who's fishing, whether it be from the bank, whether it be from the boat, hitting those targets, hitting those waypoints, hitting those locations. I've been overthrowing probably 90% of the time. I've been throwing my baits too far, and got lucky. You overthrow a big brush pile. Now you're snagged because now you have to drag your bait through the brush pile. Charlie said, "Can he get a haul pass?" Yeah, we're handing out haul passes. I should have had Kevin give us out. Kevin Kevin's in the school district. He probably could have done a better job at this, but precision anchoring Creole got it. Yeah. Zach Murray says, I was casting over them for a long time. And I have been too, guys. I have been too. Like you said, this is symbolic here of 100 feet back to your target. And when you let that swing and it comes down and it hits down here on the bottom, you're short. And you're not short by much. According to the theorem, it is 11 feet short. Thanks, Kevin. 11 feet short. All right. So you don't always have to have the calculator out there. It's if you play around with it just a little bit, if you know about how far you normally set up from your target, right? So when you're precision anchoring, if you normally set up 75 feet, which I'll be honest, that's about where I like to set up, which gives me really about a 65-foot throw, which ain't much. And it's an easy cast. I like to be a little bit closer because I feel that the farther away I am, the more off I can be when I throw. So kind of think of it like a archery or, well, anything for that matter. The farther back you get, the smaller your mistake is back here, the more amplified it is, the farther away you get. All right. So the closer I get, the more accurately I can drop baits right on their head. Okay. So if you normally set up in 75 feet away, you could use the theorem and just kind of look it up and say, hey, I normally fish 30 foot of water and 50 foot of water. About where's that going to be for me? Do I need to add about 10 feet to my cast? All right. Question, would you want to suspend baits in situations where you have to be that accurate? Yeah, Kevin, you can. Kevin, you can. I'll be honest, a lot of our spring and summer, even going into the fall, right there, as Zach says, I always try to set up the same distance from the target. And he's right. Every time we set up, it's 100 feet. The fish finder says 100 feet every single time. But like I said, his unit is reading from the very front of the boat. He's got a Bluecat 200. So we got 20 feet extra on the front of his boat because his transducer or his GPS reading is coming from his head unit, of his Minn Kota Chirova. All right. He's got a linked unit in with his Hummingbird. It's a sweet deal. Mine is not linked. So my GPS coordinates are coming from my head unit. They do not come from your transducer in the back of the boat. They do not come from your puck. That puck is just a compass. That's all it does. It tells north, south, east, west. That's all it does. It does not do anything else. When you drop a waypoint, it's measuring from your head unit unless you're linked, unless you have linked unit. So I know Lawrence has, I think it's the one that links up at the front. You can link any of those. So it just depends. But you have to take that in consideration when you go to throw that bait out, is how far exactly is it from where you dropped the waypoint? Where is that calculation coming from? All right. 40 feet or deeper suspending is ideal. Like I said, we spend a lot of time suspending baits and drifting. We cover a lot of water, cover a lot of ground, doing it that way. Depending on the water flow, how things are going, we may drag a little bit, but 9 times out of 10, we're suspending baits off the bottom, and we're watching the graphs. If we see that our bait's below the fish, then we'll reel up a little bit and get them again. Let's see. I think Muskrat again. Charlie, man, don't worry about that. Like I said, if something happens, if something changes, and we can help some way or somehow, or if you just need to get out on the water and take a day to put things behind you for a little while, I'm willing to help out any way I can, man. I'd love to. I hate to see what you're going through. There's a lot of folks out there right now going through a lot. It's tough. If you guys got it in your hearts to say a prayer for Charlie there, his friend is going through some tough times, and as well as Paula Smith, her mother's. I won't put her own business out there. Her mother's not doing too well, so you never really know what everybody's going through, the struggles and trials that they're going through at the time. You just try to be the best person you can be all the time, because in a heartbeat, it could be yourself in a pickle. I find myself in a pickle more often than I'd like, but I have great friends and a great community that helps me out. Does just makes me feel good. Makes me feel good seeing the way people treat each other. I'll be honest, this catfish community is mind-blowing. The love and support I see from everybody. There's been multiple occasions where, complete strangers go out of their way to help each other. And it's just refreshing. It's refreshing to know we still have those kind of people out there. And, I try to do the best I can to, hey, Janice is in here. I'm on a tiny break at work. Just want to say hello to everyone. Hey, sweetie, hope your night is going good. We're hanging out at the house here. we're playing with the fish tank and some fishing line. We got the Muskrat boat back there representing. See, catfish and crappie. It looks like, I'm not sure if he made it in here or not. Hey, I do want to say something real quick. I've still got 75 folks in here. Next week is going to be a big week for me. I've got Adam from Fishing for Freedom. I know you guys have seen me have I actually don't have it on tonight, but I normally, a lot of times I'll have my Fishing for Freedom hat on, my Fishing for Freedom t-shirts on or whatever. And Fishing for Freedom has agreed to come on the show next week and talk about what great event that is and all the questions and information that you guys want and need to help support an awesome cause. So we'll talk a whole bunch about it next weekend. It's a fishing tournament that is put on by this group for veterans. That is mind blowing. Lyle has been a big part of it for quite some time. So I'm sure Adam will probably want to come on Catfish Weekly at some point as well. Hopefully, as we get closer. Selfishly, I would love to have him on my show a million times, but it's not about me. It's about Fishing for Freedom. And while he agreed to come on the show next week, I think maybe Lyle will get together and I'll give you his contact information. But I'd like to see him come on Catfish Weekly and get as much support and as many boaters as we can. I'll be honest with you. Registration opened 16 days ago for Fishing for Freedom. They only allow 300 vets in the event. Okay. Just because, they're just one organization. There's only so much they can do. These guys are putting people up in hotels, feeding them meals. It's mind blowing what these guys are doing. But they take 300 vets. Today is the 16th day. They're almost full already. So we need a lot more boaters. All right. So I know that Zach Murray just signed up this week. Skip Stewart also, I believe, signed up this week. And we're going to have a convoy coming from Ohio. We're going to head out there and have a great time. Lyle was a huge part of it. Of course, they didn't have it this last year, 2020. So 2019 was the last time we was out. And Lyle was the key speaker for that event. And there wasn't a dry eye in the room. It was amazing. Lyle, you did a fantastic job. And but anyway, I'll get off of that. We'll get off of that because we'll save all that for next week. Lynn, the dates on that is June 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I believe. June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Skip, if you're in here, if you could check that for me, that'd be awesome. But Haz Life's in the house. Hey, Haz, what's up, buddy? Greenwell, Mike Greenwell's in the house. Man, if you guys didn't tune in this week, Mike Greenwell had Terry Rogers in on chat, and that was a great show. Terry has a ton of information. He's been guiding down there at the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers for quite some time. Well, he's got 3 rivers down there he fishes out of. And, he's got great rates, a money back guarantee. If you don't catch a fish, I don't know if I'd do that. It costs too much money just to get out on the water, let alone take people out and put them on it. And then you have to give them their money back if you don't catch a fish. I'm out $100. I think about every time I take the boat out. J-Dog's gone fishing. There you go. J-Dog finally come up with a name for his channel. He's got a couple new videos out, so check J-Dog out. It was fun. I got to check it out earlier today. Has had lots of great videos on the subject. Chris Souders, Gale Force Twins are 2 channels I got lots of information from. I'll be honest, Chris Souders is probably my go-to when I started looking, when I was new to YouTube and getting into putting all this information together. Chris Souders was probably my go-to guy. And for me, it was because he fishes the same water I fish. And when you're talking about building confidence, watching a guy over and over again take big fish out of the same water you fish, that'll build your confidence. that's what I'm hoping we do when Zach and Skip and I go out, and anybody else that I fish with, we get out on the high river, or Hoover Reservoir, or anywhere else that we've been fishing. We get out there and some other folks see that and be like, man, I want to do that. Or, man, those guys are catching fish in the same water I fish. And so, I hope that it helps somebody in some way. Anything that I could think of that might help somebody, I try to pass along and feed it. Just like this right here. Zach opened my eyes that day on the boat. I didn't even know what the heck a Pythagorean theorem was. I was like, what? He was like, you should have paid attention in school. He didn't say that, but I felt that way. But it opened my eyes. And I'm like, man, I want to share that. I want to share that because it makes a difference. For me, it was mind blowing. I was like, man, what in the world? I've been doing it wrong all this time, or I've been off that bad. And I feel better because I've seen a lot of guesses that were all over the place. And so hopefully this is going to help somebody. I guarantee it. It's got to, because when I realized what I was doing wrong, I was like, what in the world? Yeah. Chris just finished filming Catfish Crazy. Zach, is that his last episode? Is he ready to, I think their show last year didn't kick off until April, if I'm right. I could be wrong, but I thought it was April. So hopefully his show's getting ready to. Sorry, I'm running the gums here. That's a bad thing about not having a guest on the show is I just talk my head off. All right. Hey, this is also, that was his last show. Thanks, buddy. Here's also something to think about. Now, this is, hey, there's Paula Smith. We were just talking about you, Paula. Thoughts and prayers are with you, girl. Stay strong. I talked to her earlier today. So hang in there, little mama. So here's something else to think about. When you guys are casting these lines out, and so here we're talking, I want a line counter on at least one of my rods. All right. With Clearview Outdoors, Skip's video that he just put out, he just made line counters cheap for all of us. $31, and you can add a side plate line counter to any 6500. And if you're like me, I got a couple old 6500s laying around that would be great candidates to put back in my circulation, my arsenal with those new side plates. But here's the thing: you throw this line out. What you want to do is you want to hang on to it. All right, either just thumb it and lock it down and let that thing fall, or you want to just thumb it and slow it down to where it falls through the water. Okay. Now, for us in the river, if we've got some current, most of the time this is going to fall pretty much. The weight's going to fall and the hook's going to fall over and stay back there behind it. All right. But if you're in a river or you're in a lake situation and you throw that bait, and let's say your weight is here, this is your weight, and you cast out, this is what happens. It falls and this bait comes up like this and ends up spinning around your line by the time it comes down. And when you reel it in, you've got some stuff like that going on where it all twisted up because that bait drops like a rock. All right. If you just cast out and you just let your weight free fall, then you're asking for this to end up spinning around your line and helicoptering because this is dropping straight down, especially if you're suspending baits. If you're suspending baits, you really want to try to let that line down slowly. Or what we typically do is we will cast it out away from the boat and let it fall back into the boat. All right. Let that sweep back in. All right. Steve Douglas, I think, has a video on that from, I don't know, a long time ago. And then I think even Jeff Manning, I think, has a video on it too. Not too long ago. Hagen Grubbs is in the house. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Slicker. So yeah, we put this information together, and we talk about fishing and think about fishing and all that all the time, because that's what we're passionate about, and that's I ain't got nothing else going on, to be honest. John Patrick Jr. is in the house. Flat Rock Flatheads. Welcome and thanks. Daniel Ishmael is in the house. Thank you guys so much for joining in. We're just hanging out and having fun. I was trying to think. I had something else to add to the. The old casting ring right there. I'm going to drop a link here. Somebody said something earlier in one of the other chats I was in. I was watching DMV live earlier. I was in the pro panel discussion that Lee Evans had earlier, and somebody asked if I was having any guests in tonight. I didn't have anybody scheduled. It was kind of late. I got a couple folks that I'm trying to pin down, but Mark's in the house. Catfish and crappie, Creole catfish. Oh, we got Jeremy. We know Jeremy's in the house. I missed somebody. Michael Murillo. There he is. Michael Murillo's in the house. Thomas Littlepage. I'm not sure if Sharina's in the house as well. She's usually not too far behind. When it comes to fishing action, she's right there in the nitty gritty with it. So if anybody's interested in hopping in and chatting for a little bit, we could do that and hang out. Let's see. Looks like somebody came in and went right back out. Okay. Oh, wait for Bob. Enjoy your videos. Just subscribe. Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate your support. If you like what we're doing, go check out some of the other videos we got going on. I'm going to try to put some other stuff together here in the next few videos coming up. Excited to get the boat back out on the water and get back to chasing stuff up. River iced up by you, Parker? No, our rivers are pretty clear. It's the boat ramps themselves that are giving us all the problems. So it's been a struggle. I haven't been down to the river this week. Be honest with you, I want to kind of wait until after we get our next round of stuff here on Thursday to see what we could do. And then I may be heading out to Friday to see if I can clear a boat ramp. We got to acquire some bait too, so it's going to be a team effort in order for us to get on some fish. We did have a change of plans. Janice is not going to be able to go this weekend. So if we're able to make it out, I'm going to team up instead of teaming against Skip Stewart. We're going to team up together with Zach Murray, and we will be River Warriors, Team River Warriors, out on the Ohio River, and we're going to put our stuff. Everything is freezing up on the boat. Yeah, that's not good. Not good. If we can get out there, we're going to do it together. If not, we're going to pull the plug together, and so we'll just have to wait and see. Like I said, safety is number one. If we can't safely get in the water and operate things, then we'll pull the plug and fish another day. So Fins and Finds is in the house. So we also got let's see this over here. We also got some big propane bottle tour. Yeah, the area we plan on fishing isn't really close to any of us, so I'm going to have to take a drive, I believe, and see if it's worth it. But at the same time, yeah, stuff freezing and breaking is not good. Skip Stewart, we just had to drop his trolling motor off again yesterday to the certified technician because in this cold weather, I'll be honest with you guys, those Alteras, they are sweet. When they work good, man, they are nice. When it is cold, they do not work good, and they they break. When stuff gets 12, 13 degrees outside, stuff breaks. It don't just stop working. It breaks. And so we had a breakage on the Altera again, so we had to take it out. It turns out there's a faulty part. It's a known problem that they have with the Altera that causes a Skip will have to help me out here, but it causes a problem in braking. So let's see. Oh, we got the guests stopping on. Check this guy out. Boom.
Boom.
What's up, brother?
What's happening, Roger?
I'm hanging out here at the house, wishing I was fishing.
Whew, me too.
I'm about to start trying to catch stuff out of this bait tank, or my no, it's not bait tank, but my tank back here.
It is cold, snowy, icy. I don't know how y'all do this every winter. I don't even know. No. No.
Yeah, it's it has its downfalls, that's for sure.
And we are not equipped in our area to deal with this. But right now we got 3 inches of ice on every blacktop road we've got, and we don't, there ain't no snow plows around here or salt trucks or anything like that.
You guys just gotta wait for it to thaw out, huh?
No, we just gotta wait. Now, it'll be over in a couple of days, but I mean, still cabin fever. Ugh.
Yeah, that is tough. A 4-wheel, Brandon says 4-wheel drive and donuts. That works. 4-wheel drive don't mean nothing on ice. It don't matter how many wheels you got on ice.
Exactly. If you want to go in circles, it's fine. Other than that, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So be honest here. When I drop the numbers back here, were you off?
I wasn't very far off, but the only reason I knew is when you said Pythagorean theorem, I know what it is because I'm an old surveyor, so that's that stuff like that tends to stick in my brain. But honestly, I never thought about it from a fishing perspective. And the deeper the water is, the more difference you're going to have in that distance.
Right.
Some of the places we fish where, I might be anchored 70, 80 feet, but I'm fishing in 100 feet of water. I've got to throw my bait way behind where that mark was and let it go down, because I know for me in that heavy current, if I throw it back and I try to spool it and judge it and have it fall straight, it's not going to happen. Either I'm going to hold it too much or not enough, and it's going to sail it, way too far.
Yeah.
For me in that fast current, that's the best thing to do, is to know that distance, overthrow, and just hold the spool. That way, at least you have a pretty good idea that you're going to hit on target. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, I was guilty, man. I was when Zach dropped it on me, I was like, man, I wonder how many fish I've missed, or how many waypoints, or how many setups I've ruined because I didn't do this right. And I felt kind of dumb, but at the time, but hey, like you said, we have that information, but we don't think to apply it to what we love, and that's crazy.
And it's like something that Epic, Tim Scott was talking about when we did that live 2 weeks ago. And it's something so simple that I never thought about. But let's just say by far you overthrow your target, or you're not trying to precision anchor, you're just trying to cover an area in general. Well, you throw it way out there, but hey, if you don't get a bite after 15 minutes, pick that rod up, reel it to you about 6-8 feet, and let it hit the bottom again.
Yeah.
Hop that bait to you. If you don't get a bite 10, 15 minutes, hop it again. You never know. You may have thrown right behind some fish that are staged right there, and you don't really know the difference until you hop them baits to you just a little bit.
Yeah. We talked about that as well. I think Hagen also talked about that in one of his videos. We call it nudging on our boat, but I don't remember what Hagen called it, but it's the same thing, same concept. And it's the same as it's the same as setting up all over again. If you move your bait 10 feet, you're fishing a whole different spot.
Yeah, because I want to say when y'all were talking about it, and you think good, how many times have you been set up on anchor, 30, 45 minutes, don't get bit? The second you start reeling up one of the rods, something slams it right when you start reeling it up, because you probably threw 6 feet behind that fish the whole time, and he never knew it was.
And according to me, I've been doing it all along. I've been throwing behind them. You know, I like to set up when there's more than one or two fish, but there are several times as we're honing in our skills on big fish targeting. It's not uncommon for us to stop a boat on one fish.
Yes, I haven't gotten that precise just yet. I haven't stopped the boat for one yet. Now I'll say this: when we're passing our sonar, trying to figure out, let's say, which side of the channel we're going to bump in, that I've done. If I see one big arch that's stacked kind of at the top of that little ledge, I'm going to mark it and make sure when I make my bump and run, I'm going right for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's with our electronics, man, it's well, like I think Hagen, when he posted his 88 out there, you know, he came through and he said he marked some big fish, and he knew there were some big fish laying back there. And when you spend as much time on the water as Hagen does, or some of us do, you'll start to understand and realize when you see big fish on the radar, on your sonar, you know it's a big fish.
Yeah.
And once you're down to the point where you can identify catfish from, you know, I think one of my biggest problems is we have a lot of spoonbill in our water, and the spoonbill, you know, unless you zoom in on them real good, you know, their skin structure and everything is about the same. They hold together in groups like catfish do. Once you start to be able to identify and pick apart, that's a big fish and it's a catfish.
Yeah.
Then you really know.
See, I haven't had my unit for long enough on 2D sonar. I've got it to where I can determine the difference. I'm working on getting better at side scan. I'll be honest, I got to the point where I use side scan to find fish. I'll use it to find structure. I'll find it to find, you know, the end of wing dikes, things like that. Then I use my 2D and see if I can see fish in there. I haven't gotten good enough yet to pick out catfish on side scan, but I'm getting there.
Yeah, it gets to be that point when you're able to start zooming in. What kind of unit are you running?
I have a Lowrance Elite TI2.
Those are great.
Yeah, I love mine. I ain't gonna lie, I love mine.
Hang on, Paulo's wanting to join. Hang on a second here. See if I can. Let me get this over here real quick. Hey, Paula, I'm going to post a link here in chat, darling. You just click on that link.
Yeah, buddy.
And as soon as I see you pop up in there, I'll get you in here, okay? Yeah, Hagen said that he marked that fish. I can't remember if he said it was on side scan or not, but he said his biggest fish he'd ever seen that resembled a catfish. And then he caught the fish.
And then there's nothing better than.
I'll tell you that I'm a little jealous, but Zach Murray and Skip both got to go fishing with Chris Souders one day. It was actually, I think it was New Year's Day or the day, maybe the 2nd of this year. It was Zach Murray's birthday, and Chris Souders ended up going out with him. And Chris Souders, obviously, he's the man. All right, he's about as close as a person I know as a pro, because he's making some money on this stuff. Now he still works an everyday job, but he's still out there getting it done. But anyway, his big thing that day was see the fish, catch the fish. So when they went by a fish, they said, that's the fish, and we want to catch that fish.
Wow.
And so they would set up and try to. So ever since that day, that's all I've heard. That's all I've heard, and that's all I've said now too, is see the fish, catch the fish. And it's really kind of put things, scale things down. I think sometimes we think so big or try so hard that we overlook and overcomplicate things. like catfish, you know, Tim Scott says that almost half the time you hear him talk, if you pay attention, he's really just saying the same thing. He's saying, simplify yourself. The catfish, when he said the catfish have everything, they're born with everything they're ever going to know the day they're born.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Everything else is instinct. They don't know anything. They don't think like us. They instinct, and they want to be comfortable.
It's like switches. When one goes off, the other one goes on. That's it. You know, it's true. We overcomplicate things. I have probably thought myself right out of some good ideas as far as fishing goes. I don't know how many times, and just you think too much.
So I bought a Garmin Striker 4 plus GPS. Is that okay? Yeah, those Garmin Strikers are actually pretty solid units. And the thing is, it doesn't take. I'll be honest. The more expensive units, the bigger units, they do put out a clear picture. For instance, on Zach's boat, he's got a Helix 12 Gen 3.
Oof, yeah.
And he's got a Helix 10. I think it's a Gen 2. And that 12 is 100 times crisper, cleaner, sharper than that 10. And it's just that big of a difference. And that's still a Hummingbird and a Hummingbird. Mm. That 12 and that Gen 3 has just got the technology in it.
Yep.
Hey, we got Paula Smith joining now. Hang on, let's get Paula in here. Hey, Paula, what's going on, girl?
What's up, Paula?
Not much.
How you doing? You hanging in there?
Yeah. I like dog crap, don't
I? What's going on? You feeling okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in. I caught the last end of you saying something about me. I just wanted to chime in and thank everybody. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to cry, Roger. You ain't going to have that on me.
Come on, man. I don't want you to either. I want you to pull through, and you know my number. I talk to you when I can, and if you ever need anything from us, Catfish family is second to none. I mean, second to none.
I know, and that's unbelievable how each one of us means so much to the other.
Yep. That's what family's for. And sometimes it's blood, and in many cases it's not. Because your friends that choose to be there, and your people that choose to be in your life because they want to be there, there's a special place for those folks.
Yeah. I'm not going to keep y'all. I just wanted to thank every one of y'all, every one of you from the bottom of my heart.
Apollo, you stay strong. If you need anything, you give me a call. I'll probably check on you tomorrow and see how things are going.
I appreciate it. Thank you all, and I love every one of you.
All right, Paula.
Thanks,
prayers, girl.
All right, bye-bye.
See you, girl. Yep. And that kind of goes back to, what we were saying earlier. You just never know what each individual, we've got 78 people in chat. 78 people are all got something going on.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's got a struggle or a conflict in their life that they're having to deal with. Some are worse than others.
That's right.
And so I try to think about it times when I get down, or, my wife's really good. My wife's really good. She'll say, hey, look at how much we got and what's going on for us, and the things that we think are big, they ain't big.
No,
they ain't big. We're out here doing this right here. We're hanging out on Tuesday night talking about catfishing
There's always somebody. The way I look at it is there's always somebody that would give their left arm to be where me and you are.
Yes.
You know, in any given situation, you know, and I do the same thing. I'll get down about certain things like, man, I can't believe I got this going on. But I think I'm like, you know what? I would have given my left arm to be where I'm at right now 10 years ago.
Yes, 100%. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Right there, he said it really well. P. City Smith, he says, fishing is my therapy. And I 100% agree with that, man. I've gone through my life, and I've got a handful of good hardcore friends that have still been there for a long, long time. And then I've got all these new friends, yourself, Stan.
Yeah.
Look at that. Hey, Paul Bird's in the house. Paul Bird, what's up, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. You know, Paul Bird and I talk on the phone. Zach Murray and Skip, we spend tons of time talking to each other, appreciating our company and you know, the like-mindedness that we have. It's something else. It is something else. Let's try to keep up with here.
Yeah, Chad is always, you know, everybody always very supportive of everybody else. If everybody in chat can help somebody in any way they can, they go out their way and they go do it. I mean, just look at the donations that have been put up so far for charities for Chad's Bluecat tournament right now.
Yeah.
That just speak and nobody knows what the charity is. Nobody knows what it's going to be right now. I think we got a pretty good idea at this point, but you know, but just to say nobody knows, but yet there it all is. And there's been so many other times that I've seen that happen. I mean, it's a remarkable thing. I've never seen anything like it before. Not in any other sport. I'll say, you know, I was involved in the racing community for a long time, and it ain't nothing like this. I can tell you now, it's not even close.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Since I've joined the catfish community, so I'll say, I don't know, a year and a half, maybe 2 years now. I'd have to go back and take a look. Man, has restored. Look at that right there.
Thank you, D. I appreciate it.
She's awesome, ain't she?
Oh, I know. One of many that are awesome.
Yeah, just seeing the stuff that and I won't put people's personal business out there, but there's been several events over the last year or two that has taken place that our catfish family has got behind and rallied behind and helped out in situations that you know, it mind blowing, big deals. You know, I'm sitting over here, I'm like, man, I ain't got enough money to do this or money to do that, and I'm like, that ain't nothing. That's nothing compared to what, you know, some of these other folks are going through, and
that's right.
Folks can't even get on here and watch this because they're in a situation that they can't even join us.
You know what amazes me the most is even when we are competing against each other in the tournaments that we've done, live stuff we've done, even in the midst of being competitive, everybody is still helping each other out. You notice that? To me, that speaks volumes right there. It's like, how, you know, what other group anywhere, any sport, I don't care what it is, what other group do you know of that in the midst of competition, the people are still helping each other out?
Yeah, and that's the cool, and cheer each other on. You know, cheer each other on, and just have a blast. I'm cheering on Mo Creek and Parker Pursuits. I was cheering you on, you know, until you had issues, and you're my competition.
Yeah, I know, and I'm the way, you know, because you know, when between me and my dad and my son, you know, we kind of looked at each other like, man, we fixing to have to shut this down. Like, I ain't. It's like that's it. We're you know, I'm not going to do something potentially dangerous for some fish. It's not going to happen. So, and
that's the right call every time.
Well, yeah, and my dad's looking at me, I guess, waiting for me to be aggravated. And I'm like, hey, look, it is what it is. Put the boat on the trailer, and I went back in the live on the way home, and I was just listening to it. And Dad's like, well, wait a minute, you're happy for these guys that are kicking your butt right now? I said, yeah. I said, dude, you can't. I said, you can't win them all. And I said, why not? I said, look, that's their time to shine right here. I had mine, they got theirs. That's what
I'll be honest. When I heard you was pulling out, I thought, I got a chance. And then Parker Pursuits and Mo Creek pulls in. I'm like, shit, I could go for big fish.
I tell you now, when I started hearing the numbers, I told myself, I said, I could have had the 6 hours. There ain't no way. Because I know that spot. I know the fish that were in it. There ain't no way I was catching that. So I was like, well, yeah, hey, it is what it is.
Sounds like my buddy there, Ninja Ghost, watches some Richard Gene Fishing Machine. Fishing is a sport second to none.
I love me some Richard Gene.
Oh, he cracks me up, man. That guy blown up. What's that?
That was one of the first 2 channels I ever watched that got me started, like wanting to do trophy catfishing. Between him, well, actually 3. It was him, Steve Douglas, and Chris Souders. That was the first 3 I ever found on YouTube. Before I knew trophy catfishing there was such a thing as that.
Yeah.
That was the 3 that got me in it.
Yeah, that's a good strong 3 to take a look at. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I think Richard Gene could catch a fish out of a mud puddle in the parking lot. I mean, that dude is good. Mm-hmm. And I mean, same goes for Steve Douglas and Chris Souders too, man. Chris is just, if you guys haven't seen Chris Souders, I know we got a lot of newer folks. If you go back 6 months and look at one of these live streams and then look at the names that are in here now, outstanding. It's just grown 10 times. I mean, it's awesome.
I mean, just in the short time I've been here, because I look back to, let's say, the first Catfish Weekly show that I ever popped in the chat. It wasn't that long ago. It was like 6-7 months ago. And I look at all the people that's come in just since in that time. And a lot of y'all have been around it 2-3 times longer than me.
Yeah, I think Chad and them were all talking about their anniversaries on how long they've been doing YouTube. I'd have to go back and take a look and see exactly how long, before I've got, serious in it. And so it ain't been real long, about a year. I think a year, I'd say I've been actually, serious. I threw some videos out early on, stuff I did with my phone. I made a video out of, but actually taking a look at it and trying to, put some quality content together is phenomenal.
Yeah, I think I was about the same thing. My actual channel has been in existence for a little over a year, but same thing. I put 2 little cell phone videos up, no effort whatsoever, and I didn't touch it for 6 months. I think the first actual video I put some effort into was, I don't know, August or September of this. It wasn't long before the couples tournament, really. I hadn't been doing it that long at that point.
This is the comment I was trying to get to. Chat's going pretty fast.
Yeah.
Hagen says, I can't wait to see where trophy catfishing is in 5 years. Well, it'd probably be landing, running.
Yeah, I know, right?
You talk about a success story, Hagen. Brother, you the envy of all of us. Just outstanding job. I think today I looked, I think he had like 17,000 subscribers, 17.5. I mean, and it's just good quality stuff. And I think I've said it before, but now that I know he's in here, I'll say it again, because what connects me personally, what connects me to his channel so much is that father and son bond, that relationship that these guys are having, and those memories and experiences that they can put together. My dad was never a big fisherman. He was never a big outdoorsman, period. We went fishing a few times, and apparently it was enough to hook me. But he did, that just wasn't, there we go. Paul Burris, I met you over 2 years ago. So watching him and his dad go out there and find fish and have fun. I'll be honest with you. And I said it last week. I'll say it again. He reels down on that 88 and hands it off. Man.
And he knew it was big. He knew it was
He
really.
did.
He knew.
He said it was
Me myself, I've got two PBs that I owe to him directly, because it wouldn't be for him, I wouldn't have been bumping. So, I mean, hey,
there you go. There you go. I love bumping. I don't do it very often, but I do love bumping. When I get into it, man, it's when I get into the groove of it, man, it's awesome.
Oh, there's nothing like it. To feel that fish slam that rod when you've got it in your hand, and like me, I've never catfished with braid before bumping. So,
right.
Look, the first fish I ever caught bumping, I didn't think it was a catfish, because the pull was just so different than everything I was used to. Finally, when he got to the top, I'm like, oh, okay, it's a blue. I would, I didn't want to call it out on camera and get all excited and look like a fool.
He said, not gonna lie, it wasn't easy to hand it over, but I'm glad I did. And we are too. We are too, man. That just shows the kind of relationship that these guys have. Becca's in the house. Mud Tramps, thanks for stopping in, Becca. Wandering Fisherman. There was a few other names that jumped in that I hadn't seen before. One of the Kentucky Catfish Hunter. I believe that's not a new one, but welcome to the stream. So we're looking to warm up next week. We're looking for the 40s, and I think next weekend they're calling for like high 40s, maybe 50 degrees. Now that means everything's going to melt and the water's going to go crazy, but I love high water. If you guys go back and look at my old videos, I love high water.
And all that melt is going to come down to me.
Yeah. So your water temperature is going to drop.
Yeah, well, it's already 42 right now. So
42.
It's almost as cold as it's ever going to get.
Really?
Don't get me wrong. I haven't before this year. I've never fished all winter like I did this year. I did some, not all winter. I maybe one or two times I remember the water temperatures being in the upper 30s, but that's not a common thing. Of course, this year wasn't a common year, so go figure.
No. I'm hoping it gets. I hope it gets warmed back up. And we was talking about the high water and the fast water. To me, I think it's easier catfishing. Because it forces those fish to go in certain areas where the current's lighter, whether it behind a wing dike in some areas, just slower current. It forces those fish to go to different areas and not be just spread out all over the river, especially the bait. It'll concentrate the bait. And that's pretty much what determines where I'm going to go, is because now I can find the bait pretty easy now. And the fish aren't far behind. I think we just seen one of Hagen's videos. I say Hagen's videos because I watch them all. Sorry, but he has great content, and so it's easy to keep reflecting back to it. But he's talking about guys that throw the cast net and get their bait, and then boom, take off 20 miles downriver. Like, well, the fish weren't that far away from the bait.
Probably not. Probably not. But but again, that's that simplify. Keep it simple. If you're catching that much bait there, really, how far can the fish honestly be? Now, if you're going to go hunting monsters, okay, you may have to move to a different area because of different situations. Like where I catch my bait at, it's not in the main channel of the river. It's off in a side chute that doesn't have any current, that's generally shallow. I know that the big fish really aren't in there, not the big ones that I want to get. So I'm going to go in the main river in the big current and the fast water. But there's catfish in there because people run noodles in there all the time and tear up the small fish, 12 and under.
Right.
They'll catch them by the hundreds in there on noodles, but no big fish get caught in there.
Yeah. and Sharina posted on there they'll be fishing from their back deck, but in high water, that is a bank fisherman's time to shine.
Yep.
That bait gets pushed to the bank, and them fish, like you said, they're not far from that bait. Zach and I were out this last week, and we struggled to find the fish. We caught some fish. We found a 40-pounder, which was great for this area and great for this time of year. But we only found fish when we found bait. That was it. And the bait, the water was down, so the bait was not in the marinas. It was not in the creeks. It was not. I mean, most of the time we marked bait, they were holding the structure. They were holding the ledges. So it was a hunt to find the bait. And then, of course, like I said, fish weren't too far behind.
But we all fish such different areas. But if you really think about it, it still all comes down to the same thing. Now, what you look for to find the bait and then find the fish maybe is a little different than what I look for on how I'm locating those things. But we're still looking for the same things. Yeah. We have to go to different areas to find them, different types of areas. Like me, I love seeing big garfish rolling on the surface. I love seeing that because when I see that, that tells me a lot of things that I key in on. I've always caught good fish when the big garfish were rolling on the surface. Not if it's the small ones, not so much. But when the big ones are in there, I know there's big bait in there, whether it be big slick or big shad. They're chasing something big.
Yeah, there's actually a video of mine, and the video does no justice for this whatsoever. But Zach and I were fishing up at Greenup Dam, and I don't know when gar spawned or what was going on, but there were gar by the thousands. I mean, thousands. That water was boiling all the time. And at first, I'll be honest with you, when I first started thinking of gar, I thought, why would bait fish hang out here when there's predators everywhere? There are predators. If I was a shad or a bait fish, a skipjack, I'd get the heck out of there. I'd be as far away as I could possibly get. I got to get out of here, right? So I'm thinking, why would the bait fish even stick around here?
They don't know.
It's like, if the bait fish leave, catfish are going to go with them. So I'm thinking, man, if there's gar here, it's probably not good catfishing. No, the gar are there because the bait's there.
That's right.
And the bait's there, the catfish are there. And we caught a bunch of fish. I mean, we caught a bunch of fish out from underneath these gar. Now, we had a ton of gar bites. It was crazy. You really had to just kind of pay attention. It was insane. It was a blast.
Yeah.
But we caught a lot of catfish out from underneath them gar. So kind of like what you said, Now, I've never paid attention to whether there's big gar or small gar. So that might be something to put in my arsenal to pay attention to.
And see something else on that note, and I've told other people to fish this way, and they've had good luck. I always tell them when you see them big gar in there rolling, when you set up your boat to throw your baits, make sure the gar are in front of the boat. And they say, what do you mean in front of the boat? I said, think about this for a second. The way a garfish feeds, they injure a lot of fish, especially if you're in a lot of current. Well, especially the big catfish, they're not going to be right below. They're going to be just downstream from them, basically feeding on all the fish that those gar are injuring. And I've had very good luck doing that. Basically, I throw my anchor in the garfish, and then the garfish are in front of the boat. My baits are behind the boat, and we've always done good doing that. The faster the current,
light just went off. I was like, dang, that's good stuff.
The faster the current is,
I like that.
The further behind them I like to be.
That makes sense because it's going to take longer for that bait to reach the bottom.
Yep. And you know how I figured that out was by a mistake. When I was still borrowing my father-in-law's little boat, he had just a little, one of them little Danforth little anchors, about a 6-pounder. Well, it wouldn't hold. The current was so fast, the boat was basically very slowly being dragged down the river. Well, the same thing. I was throwing my baits where the garfish were, catching some little ones, but nothing big. Well, by the time I realized it, I had moved about 150 feet down the river. That anchor had drugged that far over the course of about an hour. Once we got to the point where the garfish were no longer behind the boat, the fish started getting bigger. And the further back that current would drag me, the bigger the fish would get. And that's when the light bulb went off. I'm like, that's why they're back there.
I just seen a whole bunch of light bulbs go off in chat, including my own.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about, man, that's the thing I love about these chats and hanging out. Thank you so much, first of all, for hopping in. But that's the thing. We get to talking and stuff just comes out.
Yep.
And it's part of, now we've been joking around on our boat. I've been wanting to put a hand grinder or a garbage disposal in there. We got all of them pieces that you take off and all that stuff. You know, we try not to, when we're fishing and we reel in our baits, we don't throw the bait in the water typically.
Yeah, I do that too.
So we save up. Sometimes we got a whole pile of bad bait. That's this 9 times out of 10, Zach will say, okay, this side of the cutting board is bad. And this side of the cutting board is good.
Yep.
And I was like, man, we ought to, you think about it. We're fishing freshwater sharks. These things have the ability to smell and taste like a shark. I mean, they have that much going for them as far as their senses go. Chum them. I don't want to feed them. Grind that stuff up and spit it in the water and see what happens.
If the fish are, I think if the fish are very active in the warm water period, I don't see where it would hurt anything.
I've never been striper fishing, Hagen, so I had no idea they actually did that. And right there, 3 million plus sensory receptors. But yeah, we talked about it. We was talking about we've got hand grinders and different stuff. I was like, man, I wonder if I'd maybe in a video, I might have a hand grinder mounted to the side of the Muskrat one of these days.
I tell you what we did one time. This was last fall. Water was cold, temperature was cold. It was a tough bite, and we brought along a very good friend of my dad's. It was one of his customers that wanted to come. Like, oh man, I want to go catch those big fish like y'all catch. I'm like, great, no pressure, So we went out there, and that bite was tough. We got like 130-something pounder. I was marking fish, could not get them to bite for nothing. So I said, okay. And I was just using just cut chunks of shad. I said, okay. I said, we fixing to find out if they're going to do something or not. I took a 14-inch gizzard shad, cut a flapper out of it. Cut a flapper, put a 12-aught hook in his nose, and chunked it out there. My dad was like, what are you doing? I said, if them big fish are down there, we fixing to find out. I said, I'm putting some scent in the water. I said, if they hungry, we fixing it. I said, if that rod goes down, you better get ready. It's going to be a big one. And I don't think I finished my sentence. That rod folded over and put the first 3 tips in the water. It was 46 pounds.
Woo-wee.
But they didn't want just them cut pieces. But when I put that big old flapper down there, putting out all that scent, I guess it turned something on.
Yeah.
I love putting a lot of scent in the water, and that kind of goes to what you're backwards. What you're saying about the chum in the water. Look, all that scent might stir something up. Make them want to move.
I just seen this one here. Cut up a few skippies in the pantyhose, put it in the front anchor, scent and blood go under your boat. That's possible too.
Hey, you never know. You never know. I mean, look, how many times have you been fishing with a bigger bait and it's just getting dinked to death? Then all of a sudden, nothing. Then 2 minutes later, bam, one gets hammered. How many times? It's happened to me a bunch. I know it's happened to you a bunch.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. Those little chewing that bait, putting that scent in the water.
I can tell you, we went down and fished Wilson and Wheeler with Doc Lang in October. And, Doc we was hooking up 14, 15-inch skipjack.
I remember that.
may flay one side off. Most of the time, we just cut the tail off. That's it. Just cut the tail off, and that thing would drip blood. But I'm telling you, that's what would happen. We would drag baits, and them small fish would come up in there, just keep picking at it, and then wham.
Yep.
And get hammered.
Yep.
Or, there's no such thing as too big a bait.
No. And I'm starting to learn that where I'm at. We've thrown what I thought would be a ridiculous bait, and you'd be surprised how small a fish you'll catch on that. I mean, I've thrown chunks of bait the size of my fist and have caught 12-pound fish.
Yep.
Where it did not fit in its mouth. It couldn't get it in its mouth, but it still bit it, and I got a hook in it.
I've seen several times. I got pictures where we've caught 5 to 7 pound blue cats with 2-pound channel cats in their throat.
Yeah.
What was you? What?
Yeah.
2 pounds. And now the flatheads, I've seen that too. And so it's not as surprising because the flathead is, just.
I mean, it's got a mouth.
He's just, yeah. But we've seen several times where blue cats also have eaten 1 to 2 pound channel cats. And then we caught them, which means they still have the tail in the mouth and they're eating more because they hit my bait.
Yeah.
It's their appetite and what they, how they're opportunist feeders. And, that it's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's the only explanation I have of how I caught that 54-pounder bumping with some chicken of all things. I'm just convinced that he was not there looking for it, but I must have just hit him in the lips with it as I was going along, and he decided, well, here it is. So that's what's awesome about bumping is you're taking it right to their face. You know what I mean? Yep.
I'm sitting in the living room, and I'm on a diet, and I smell cookies in the kitchen, and I am not going to get up and go get them. But then if they get brought to me and put right in front of my face, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it.
Yep.
I'll start my diet over tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens is because especially in our instance, we were that day I was doing this in 8-mile-an-hour current. Okay, so whatever food is coming over the top of that hump is moving. It's moving fast. So when that little piece of Jell-O chicken come sashaying over the top of that hump, he's like, "Oh, here we go." I must have hit him in the head with it, made him mad.
It could be that, or whoops. Oh, there's a link. I'm starting to get chants. We want Hagen. We want Hagen.
That's what I say.
Yeah, I know Hagen has. He's got connection issues and stuff out there. I'm not sure if he ever got straightened out, but Hagen, you're more welcome to hop. Anybody's more welcome to hop in the chat if you want to join us. We're just talking catfishing, man. This is like hanging out on the boat. This is exactly the conversations we have when we're sitting out on the water right here.
And the thing is, I live so far away from all of y'all. I'm kind of by myself down in my own little corner here. This is the closest I may be able to get for a long time to just down shooting the breeze, Yeah. As close as I can be between this and when we fish live. This is it. This is as close as it gets for me. So I love it. I'll take any chance I can get. Y'all going to get sick of looking at me eventually. I'm telling you.
Oh, no, I'm not. I won't. This is what I enjoy right here.
Yeah, of course.
This is what I enjoy. Now, we don't want to bag Hagen too much. I appreciate him being here, so I won't.
Oh, yeah.
What's that say? Some destination. Oh, I had a little. I keep getting notifications that people are making comments on Facebook, but I can't see them, and it's frustrating because I don't know how to. There's got to be a better way. But Hagen, you jump in. I'll send you a set of planer boards. Hey, that's a pretty good deal. I've got a set of Lee Reed's Uncle Lou's planer boards, and they are nice. I'm trying to think of another company that would resemble that because it's a really good EVA or Eva foam or whatever that is.
Yeah.
But they are nice boards. So Lee's just now getting going and getting his little website together. Live streams. There we go. Fair enough, buddy. Fair enough. Well, I could tell you that there's probably a list a mile long of promises that the people made Hagen give that when he's ready to go live, that he's got to fulfill before he gets to owe us. But
well, I'm still hoping his first live stream is going to be against me.
Against you?
The weather will ever straighten out.
Yeah. Well, I finally got my steering fixed. I had the exact same problem happen to me that Hagen had happen to him, but I was also running into fuel pump issues going into this. Like I said, I'm very blessed. I have some good friends that help me out. A fuel pump upgrade for my boat is crazy because it was a VRO, which was the oiler system back in the day. If you bypass that, to upgrade mine now to not have VRO is $250. If I want to keep the VRO, which I don't, it's almost $600 for a fuel pump. And so we added actually Zach's got a lot of experience, man. He used to be in the hot rods and all that kind of stuff. So you probably know too about fuel and flow and all that, but he picked me up a electric fuel pump to help push that fuel up in there. That should work just fine. So we've got it all set up and we're ready to roll.
Yeah, you put a jockey pump on it.
A what?
A jockey pump.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, we've done that in strange situations. You know, these old cars with old mechanical fuel pumps, which are fuel pumps very similar to a VRO, and that's what we would do. We'd put a little electric pushing through the mechanical, and he would feed the fuel. So it's probably very similar to what he got you set up. Making
sure I'm keeping up with chat here. Chat's moving right along, man. We still got 77 people in chat. It's 9:30. This is awesome.
I guess that means we're interesting. Who'd have thought?
We people just like catfishing.
There
must not be nothing on TV. That's okay. We'll hang out. We'll keep on talking.
Everybody else probably has cabin fever like we do. That's probably what it is.
I was wondering how it looked on your guys' end. It says Creel has some high quality streaming going on. Looks like he's in 4K. On my end, I look a little fuzzy.
It's a phone. I've got an iPhone. That's all I've ever used.
That's normally how I'm streaming as a live phone, an iPhone.
Yeah.
But I'm trying this laptop out to see how it works. I just got a laptop. It seems to be doing okay. And so now I've got to take everything I've ever learned about editing videos on my phone and start over. Because that ain't nothing like these programs I've been trying to figure out on the laptop.
Yeah, I've never done the phone editing thing. See me, look, I'm going to tell you something about me. I don't start off slow and then slowly work my way up. Whenever I decide I'm going to do something, I barrel in the deep end of the pool head first, everything. Like the first boat I ever bought for myself. Oh, no, I didn't nearly go out and get a 20-year-old 14-foot boat. Oh, no, I got to go all the way and get a brand new 20-foot boat. And the same thing with my editing stuff. I didn't start off slow with the phone. I started right off the bat on my big computer. I used Filmora 9.
Yeah.
And I just went straight for that. And I'm still not using it to its capacity. I'm still learning on it, but I'm getting better at it now, and it makes a big difference.
Heck yeah. Hey, we got Fishing with the Squirrel wanting to jump on in here and check this out.
What?
What's up, fellas?
Oh, what's going
Yo,
on,
Muskrat. What's going on?
Now I know what he looks like.
Yeah.
You know what I look like. So what's this guy look like all the time? No, y'all were chiming in on all this. See, I'm in construction, so I use the Pythagorean theorem all the time, and but I got a handy dandy little construction master calculator. I just hit in ride and run, pop diagonal, and boom, it tells me exactly what that diagonal is real. Kind of like what you did with surveying.
That's cheating.
So yeah, it's cheating. It's cheating. But you know what? They make free apps, you know, that doesn't cost a lot of money. It's easy to do that. You ain't got to do all that Pythagorean and cross multiply and stuff. But I want to chime in on the I've got a Lowrance HDS12, and I've got a 0.1 antenna that I use, and it actually has a GPS locator on it. So and I positioned it at the back of my pontoon boat. So that way it's actually marking. You got to go into the Lowrance graph in order to mark, to change up the settings on the graph so that when you mark a waypoint on your graph, that way it's marked back at where you have the puck, the Lowrance 0.1 puck. Now, I also run a Mentorship trolling motor like Muskrat runs, and I have a guidance puck on the front, a Minn Kota with it. Since I'm not running Hummingbird, it all doesn't bounce off that same thing. I have to have the Lowrance puck. But yeah, but also the thing about GPS is just a bunch of clocks and satellites up there, and depending on how many of your signals bouncing off of depends on the accuracy that you've got. And I can tell you from hunting, you know, I go west and I love to elk hunt, and I'll have those handheld GPS. Well, there may be times my distance may be 30 feet from accuracy. And then there's times I could be 3 to 5 feet from accuracy. So when you guys are talking about pulling your lines in when you're all fishing rivers and current, which I have no experience in whatsoever, all I fish is lakes around here in the upper South Carolina. You know, you're dropping that and you're dropping that bait back. I can see where you're, you know, if you're bouncing that bait back, and even if your original line wasn't where you thought it was going to be, you know, you may not even be that 108, 111 feet that you thought you were when you were 50 foot deep and 100 feet back. You may have been 15, 20 feet off of in that distance. Mm-hmm. So that's the possibility. Now lakes, you know, you've got those clear satellites, you know, you don't have the trees and stuff that we have to deal with when we're hunting. So it's a little bit better. Yeah. But you still have that, you know, that you're having to deal with. Yeah. When you're doing that marking. I saw Zach chime in there and go, man, the puck is just you know, it's just for guidance and direction. But it also allows you to take in position out where you can position it close to where your transducer is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's actually a very good point because there's plenty of times where you've got your waypoints out on the water, no matter what, river, lake, doesn't matter. And like you said, you have clear satellite that day, and then you go back out 2 weeks later, that rock pile, that log that you're trying to structure, we're talking about precision casting, precision anchoring, and we're talking 11 feet. We're talking 20 feet. That thing may be 30 feet off to one side, or you need to really kind of check it again before you just go in there and set up on it, because if the satellites are crazy conditions that day, it may not show exactly the exact same spot. And the best way to do that, if you think about it, take your boat and tie it up and watch your lines on your screen kind of move around. Mm-hmm. You're not moving at all. Yep. But you'll have, when you pull your boat away after being tied up or sitting in the same position, you'll have all these lines where your boat looked like it was moving and doing all this stuff, and it never moved. The satellites and the interference and all that stuff caused problems, but you didn't move. And when the same thing happens to that log and that structure sitting down there on the bottom, it didn't move, but it might look like it has. Right. So you might, you know, it's always a good idea to go back and run back over that. Let's say you're setting up on that log or waypoint that you're going to fish that day, and you think it's right here. I mean, I'm going to fish it. It's right here. You may want to double check, because there's a good chance, not always, but there's a chance that you're off 20, 30, 50 feet.
Yeah.
Now, when you guys pulling up on structure like that, and you mark it on your graphs, and you got that current in that river, like when you, I guess you mark it and then you go back up river. When you throw your boat back in neutral, is your graph and your boat still pointing upstream? When that current starts bringing your boat back, is your graph spinning like a top, or do you have a heading sensor to where when you're looking at your graph, it's pointed in the direction your boat's pointed?
We have a heading sensor that keeps the boat whatever way whatever way that boat's facing is how it looks on the graph.
Yeah, and that setting in the graph, you can set it to where your map will always be oriented north, no matter the direction you are going. See, what's happening to you is and we'll give a 10-minute GPS class for some of the people that don't understand how GPS works. Actually, I've been in and out of surveying for 22 years. GPS only knows two things. It knows position and time. That's all GPS knows. The reason GPS knows your heading and your speed is it takes a position once every 7/10 of a second. It marks a position, marks a position, marks a position, like dropping breadcrumbs on a trail. And what it does, it measures distance and direction between each point. That's how you get heading, and that's how you get speed through GPS. But what most people don't understand is GPS does not understand rotation. The GPS does not know what to do if you stand still and turn. GPS does not know heading. It does not know direction. So I've seen people make that mistake with handheld GPSs in the woods. They'll walk and stop, and they'll turn and do this and do this. It's not a compass. It doesn't understand what you're doing. You have to be moving slowly, but you have to be moving for GPS to register. So with what you're talking about there, that GPS does not know that you're going backwards. All it knows is that, the waypoints are going this way now. So it thinks you've turned around. It does not understand that the boat is still pointing the same direction. You're just moving backwards. Like I said, the GPS does not know that. And as far as GPS accuracy goes, midday is the worst time for GPS accuracy. In any region, it doesn't matter where you are. I'm going to say from 11:30 to 1 o'clock is going to be your worst time for accuracy, because for some reason, all of the GPS satellites are down low on the horizon. Okay. And you don't want that for accuracy. For accuracy, for position accuracy, you want your satellites above you, because that is the least amount of atmosphere that the signal has to pass through to get to you. The lower the satellites are on the horizon, the more atmosphere it has to pass through, the more error you have in that signal by the time it gets to you. Now, the way you can find that out, there's a bunch of different websites. The one that I use, at work, and you can use it for personal use too, it's called Trimble, Trimble. You go to the Trimble website, and I forget exactly where it's at. It's been a while, but you can basically pull up a plot of the satellites for any given time and any given day, and it will show you a map of where the satellites are going to be either right now or a week from now at such and such time. Because all that is controlled. It's not a random thing. Right. They know, because in high accuracy work that we do, we have to plan for things like that. We have to plan for GPS accuracy to do some of the things that we do at work. So we'll get on the Trimble website and say, okay, well, the satellites are going to be just really, really bad such and such time of day. We want to be done by then, or we don't want to start till after then. And that goes a lot into your accuracy. Trees do make a difference. Like you said earlier, when you're in the woods, it does make a big difference. Another thing to keep in mind, and I had it explained to me, GPS hates pine trees. Absolutely hates pine trees because apparently the length of a short leaf pine needle, about 3 to 4 inches, is about the same distance as the wavelength of the L1 and L2 carrier signals for GPS. And somehow it affects the signal. Because I've known that for years that it hates pine trees. I never knew why.
I got you.
But
yeah, that's what's nice about, because I don't have current. So when I'm stopping the boat and I'm back up, let's say I mark a crappie pile inside you, when I back up, my boat is still, pointed in the direction that I'm pointed in. It's not spinning like a top like a handheld GPS.
That's right.
And that way I can back up and I usually fish the crappie pile on the side, and not from the back or front. We don't have current, obviously, in the lake. Yeah.
Real quick here. I see my nephew hop in the chat there. So Hyde, thank you for stopping in, little buddy. I miss you guys a whole bunch. Can't wait till things get back to normal. We're sitting there talking about fishing tonight. He's my little fishing buddy right there. That dude will stay up day and night and by my side and catch fish and just have a blast. So
that's what I'm talking
about. I'm glad he made it in here, buddy. Hey, the other thing real quick. So I'll tell you that on Zach's boat, he has the Minn Kota Chirova linked to his head unit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if it's taking GPS signals from the head unit and the graph to create 2 points, but on his boat, no matter which way we're going, whatever way that trolling motor is faced is the way our boat is really faced. And no matter if we're slipping backwards, if we turn sideways, left, right, doesn't matter. That on his boat, on that unit that is linked, it stays in the correct orientation all the time. Now we run heads up. I don't like north up. When I turn and the bank's to my right, I want my graph to show my bank's to my right. Now, that's my personal preference. But in that situation with his boat, I don't understand if it's, like I said, coming from because when we drop waypoints, we tried this last weekend. It's coming from the trolling motor, from the head unit. Mm-hmm. The distance is coming from there back. If we shut his trolling motor off, it drops back to his head unit. So there's a 10-foot difference, in the, from the head unit to the. But when they're both on, the heading sensor is what's being picked up, and it keeps the correct orientation all times.
Yeah, because anytime you have a unit that's running 2 GPS receivers, which essentially is what you have, you've got one in your graph, trolling motor. You're always going to have a master and a secondary. There's no such thing as it's running both at the same time. It doesn't really work that way. You've got one that's in control, the master unit, which I believe should be the graph at all times. And then your secondary, the master receives the signals from the secondary for additional information, which in y'all's case on Skip's boat is heading. That's how it's deriving heading, is from the receiver on the secondary unit.
Now, Roger, do you know whether or not that's hooked into a network? Does he have a NEMA 2000 network where that's linked? Because that's how my Lowrance is. I'm not familiar with Hummingbird other than the Minn Kota trolling motors made by Johnson.
Yeah, I believe that's what he's running.
Yeah.
So in my Lowrance graph, I can actually choose where I want my signal to come from. And if I don't turn on my NEMA network, if I don't power it up where my 0.1 antenna is receiving power from, and I'm in my graph and I turn my head unit on, my Lowrance, when I pull up my map, it'll just throw a question mark up there in blank because I've disabled it inside the graph. It's only looking for that 0.1. Yeah. I'm sure Hummingbird's got the same setup. I'm just not familiar with Hummingbird when you go in there and you do that.
Yeah. You've got yours set up to look for that external GPS receiver. If it were
Yeah.
on the automatic function, it would automatically default to the graph if you didn't have your secondary sensor on. But in your case, if it can't find the external receiver, it just doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, it's not going to pick anything up. It's just map's going to pop up, and it's not going to do any location. I'm like, oh, well, I didn't even know my point one's not powered up. But if I didn't have the point one on and I'm just running off my graph, I could back up, and then my hair's going to flip around and think that I'm pointing backwards in the direction that I'm traveling, like you were talking about, Creole. You know, that GPS is just picking up movement until I make that point one, and then it can recognize orientation. So as my boat moves, it's pointing, which is super nice when you've located brush. And I go, okay, well, it's port side, 20 feet over. You know, it makes it a lot easier than not having it and then trying to locate, looking at your map on your graph, and then saying, okay, well, the point right here, there's the point over here, trying to triangulate it, figure it out on the map, and then trying to look at where you're at on the lake, trying to figure out where it is. You know, it can get confusing when you don't, when you're spinning like a top and you don't really realize which way your boat's facing when you're trying to locate structure that you marked.
That's right. And on that note right there, what everybody kind of has to remember too is what Roger was talking about the distance between your head unit and your transducer. You know, if all you have is a head, you know, like me, that's all I have. I've got my head unit and that's it. I don't have anything else on the boat. You've got that, I think on mine, it's like 13 feet or 12, 13 feet difference between the two. Well, you have to keep in mind, if you're marking fish, if you're marking structure, if you're marking anything, you got to pay attention to what direction you were going when you marked it. Because if you were going downstream and marked it, then turn around and come upstream and try to anchor, well, that differential just doubled on you. Because your offset, let's call it, was the other direction. So you kind of have to be mindful of that too when you're in that situation. Like you could go from a 10-foot to a 20-foot error if you happen to mark it going the opposite direction that you're going to be anchoring in.
Right.
Or whatever it is.
Well, once that waypoint's set, it's going to measure the distance from the head unit that you know, no matter what direction you're traveling, whether you're north, south, east, or west of it, it's still going to measure the same from that location to your head unit. So, well, catfish regulators. I don't have a honey hole. That day, Zach and I put that 37 in the boat. We actually fished two locations, and they were probably 10 miles apart that day. And to be honest with you, if we are able to get out this weekend, you know, like I said, we'll wait and see, but we're not even fishing anywhere near that area. One area we want to fish is good deep water. Our water temperatures are really low right now. 36 degrees, I think, is what we saw the other day. So, you know, the deep water, they are pulling up in the deep water, and we really want to go fish this pool. I fished it with Chad in the 2 versus 2, but we don't have very good service there. So the spot I really want to fish, we're not going to be able to fish, at least for the tournament, because we don't have good service. So we're going to resort to another area that we don't know very well, but we're learning.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always the case.
Yeah.
Well, Roger, that was an awesome video you posted where you guys were just loading the boat, man. That looked like an absolute blast. I know y'all were having a ball.
Man, here we go. I'm smiling now just thinking about it, man. It was so much fun. It happened so fast, and the fact that it happened once that morning, and the fish just was on fire. I mean, it was insane. And then it turned around, you know, in the afternoon and hit them again, and had the same results. It was just mind blowing, man. We was just like little kids out there on the schoolyard, man, just giggling, having a ball. Just it's fun. I'm so glad I have the YouTube platform to not only share my experiences, but you'd be surprised. Maybe you're not, but you'll be surprised. I go back and watch a lot of my old videos.
I do that too,
because it's for me, and it's for the guys that's in the boat with me. And I've said it before, but anytime somebody gets a PB in my boat, that's a long video, because I want them to be able to reenact and relive those moments as many times as they want to. And so, yeah, am I probably going to get less view time because people don't want to watch a 35-minute video? Yeah, possibly. But Skip or Zach or anybody, my wife, anybody that's been in the boat with me, they're going to be able to go back and watch that video as many times as they want. And in that moment, it's for them. It's not for, I love my viewers. I really do. I'm very fortunate to have so many cool people that support my channel. My channel is growing. We're having a great time. But in those videos, it's for them to relive and re-experience it over and over again. And yeah, right there, Skip says pandemonium.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good. Hey, there, and that's right there. That's why right there. Zach says, I'm smiling thinking about it.
Yeah.
And he can go show that to his family and
whenever you watch it, you watch this 30-minute video that you made, but you yourself, if you were there, it brings back the entire memory of the whole trip.
Yes.
It's awesome. It really is.
Yeah. I think the video I probably watched the most is it says PB times 3. It's where my buddy caught 3 40-pounders at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, in the background, the rods are just going crazy and we have no clue. We're weighing the fish and the rods in the background are going down. And he's like, it's another good one.
Yeah.
There you go.
And so that's what, that's why I really enjoy the YouTube platform. I love when I get comments, somebody says, hey, that information was cool. I appreciate it, or it really helped. One of my favorite comments, I haven't seen Stan. He blew his phone up or melted his phone down in the ice last weekend. So he's been logging in under D Smithy, which is his wife, Diane.
Yeah.
But Stan gave me probably one of the coolest compliments way back in the day, and that's hanging out. My live streams and my videos are like hanging out on the boat, just hanging out with my buddies. And
it's true.
That's
what's awesome about this catfish community. It's been cool with you guys. Hey, I know I had everybody hyped up and excited. They said, "Oh man, Hagen's joining." I hate to bum you guys out, but good to see y'all. Good to talk to you guys. I'm going to get off here and let y'all run.
Okay.
And join back in the chat. It's killing me to see the kind of first time I've done this. I'm like, okay, I don't see what everybody's saying here, but hello to everybody, and I give a shout out to Low Country down there. I call it Low Country. That's what I'm up here up to South Carolina, and Palmetto's down there in the Low Country. We're going to get down there to Santee sometime or another and fish his waters. But good to talk with you guys. Good to hang out. I'll enjoy the show. Good group of folks. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you jumping in, man. We got to put a face with the name.
Yeah.
And you did great. You look like a natural, buddy.
Hey, well, if I can ever get done with all this work and stuff I'm doing between school and the house and everything else, I got a little bit of content, a little bit of video. I'll eventually post a little bit. So, but yeah, I just want to get on here. You're kind of talking my language earlier, so I said, well, I'll hop on there and give a shout out. But instead of getting on there and doing all that Pythagorean theorem stuff, just download a little app. Look for a Raptor app that's got Rise and Run on it. That'll take care of you. It's just a simple Raptor app. There's a bunch of them on there that's free.
Okay.
And you punch in, and it doesn't matter which one, your depth or your distance. And then that'll give you that hypotenuse down to that. That way you can use that line counter that Skip him up with and get that thing and put it right in front of that big Bluecat or big flathead and hang a good one. Well, tight lines and bon pichet, is that right, Chris?
Bon pichet.
Bon Peche. Bon Peche. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the info. Yeah, Betty, we're still hanging out here. We've maintained a pretty good crowd, and we went through a lot of cool information tonight. Jeremy, it's always fun talking to you. Whether
I love it, brother.
But yeah, that was some stellar information on the satellite image, the GPS imaging and the stuff. You were talking L2, R2, D2 language. I didn't know. I still don't get all that. But oh man, Mama slid off the road. She's fine. Thanks for asking. That's good, Betty. Glad to hear that. There's a lot going on.
I'm going to put something together one day, kind of some of what we talked about, GPS, accuracy, stuff like that. And I might put together some kind of, I don't know if I'm going to do it in a live or in a video, but basically like map reading, but a topographic map, contour lines, things like that. Because I think there's some people out there that maybe don't know how to make heads or tails of it, what some of the details mean. I think it'd be some good information and plus maybe some avenues to get information and get maps that a lot of people don't know exist, because of what I did for a living for so long,
right?
Access to maps that there's some people don't even know that information exists. And a lot of times it's public information, if you just know where to go get it.
Yeah, I wrote down the Trimble.com website just because, I thought it was, that could be game changing information depending on the situation. Now,
yeah.
We're talking about getting down to the nitty gritty. We're talking,
we're
just like this right here, we're talking about feet and inches. And
and there's settings that I wish, now maybe some of the high dollar units, I don't know. I only know my little unit, but there's certain settings to really narrow down GPS accuracy that I know my unit does not have, and it frustrates the heck out of me. Now I know on our, $50,000 survey grade units, I have settings that narrow things down to within an inch. Maybe some of these fancier units have those type of settings, like a elevation mask, for example, is a setting that I use because remember how I talked about how the satellites are low on the horizon, it's more air.
Right.
So the elevation mask setting, you set it up, an average for me is about 13 degrees. That means if that satellite gets below 13 degrees from the horizon, I don't want to use its information because it's going to corrupt my signal too much. And I could go on for days about, stuff like, peripheral dilution of precision, things like that. But I'm almost positive that all of these fish finders, I'm going to call them, I don't think they have all those settings. But if somebody has some GPS settings that they have no clue what it means, maybe it's something that I'm familiar with. And I can say, oh, hey, set it to this, set it to that. It'll help you out. I don't know. I just know my little unit and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, so before all this.
Yes, I have been.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep up with chat. There's so much good information and so many good comments going through chat that I'm trying to keep up with everybody. Man, I love when chat is this interactive. That means they're feeling what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're feeding, we're scratching that itch, so to speak.
There you go.
But before I had all my head trauma and the tumors and stuff, I did a lot of deer hunting. And so one of the things that got me, kind of thinking about my location and pitch and trajectory, because I have rangefinders, and on rangefinders they have arch, right? So it actually takes this pitch right here. So we got the boat. Whoops, I moved. I don't know what I did.
You got
it. I had the boat in there, but anyway, moving from here all the way down, that angle, changes that pit, like we said, the Pythagorean theorem, put together, when you're shooting an arrow, 40 yards, and your target is only about 3 inches, if you're making a good ethical kill, that's got to be dead on. I mean, that pitch and everything's got to be dead on. And so, it made me start wondering, because I actually did some research today and tried to figure out, because I don't think when I drop a waypoint, let's say like right here, I'm wanting to mark this tree right here, right? This tree's down on the bottom of the river, and I'm wanting to mark it right down here at the very, very bottom. I don't know if you can see my finger. It looks like my name's covering up.
I can see it. So
when we drop a waypoint, is it measuring the distance from here to my boat, or is it measuring the distance from up here?
Horizontal. That I can tell you.
It's right here, right?
Distance.
Yeah, and that's why this turned into such a big deal, is because if it measured it to here, you'd already know that angle.
That's right. It wouldn't matter. Yeah.
And that's why you got to have, that's why this here came into play, because I've been wrong for a long time.
I think it might have been the squirrel that put it in chat way, way, way earlier. But on that, there's an old carpenter's rule: 3, 4, 5. If you're 3 foot down, 3 foot across, 4 foot down, you're going to be 5 foot on the angle. And that goes for any multiple of those numbers. But the 3, 4, 5 rule. That's going to give you your distance.
So what if that number changes and the top number is higher? So let's say you're fishing shallow water, but you're still 100 feet. Let's say you're fishing 20.
Everything, for that rule to be in effect, everything has to change in relationship to each other. It's just kind of a quick way of doing it. Right. If you're in 30 feet of water and your boat's 40 feet away, well, you need 50 foot of line. It's just a really, really quick kind of put it in your head kind of thing.
Right. I'm sitting there trying to do that in my head. One time looks like he's late to the party. He's dropping Pythagorean theorem. Hey, wait. A squared, B squared equals C squared. Yeah, check him out. See me smart.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Because it sounds like, to me, I'm sitting there thinking about that. If it was 30 foot of water, 30 foot of water and 40 feet away.
Yep.
That's exactly 50 feet.
Yep.
So it's easy. Yep, right there. Zach said 3, 4, 5 will get you square. So.
Yep, that's all. Any old carpenter is going to know that 3, 4, 5. Like the square set of batter boards. That's how they would do it.
Framing Square has it. Fill in the blank.
Yep,
3, 4, 5. Yep.
A lot of people have used it and not know that they were using it. A lot of people help their dad or their grandpa throw up a set of batter boards, and you cross the tapes back and forth between the corners until your distance, you knew you were square. That's all you were doing. Same thing.
Zach said, that's me. I'm an old carpenter.
That's it. See, he knows. He knows.
The direction will change as I rotate my phone in one of the settings. That's Rob with 2 Vets. We're going to get Rob in here too one night with us to hang out.
Mm-hmm.
I've been messaging him back and forth. We're going to set up a night to bring him on.
Yeah.
And get him in here. Like I said, next week we're going to have catfish. Fishing for freedom. And man, I'm excited for that one.
Yes.
That's going to be a good show. It's a great. If you haven't ever seen anything from Fishing for Freedom, I believe they have a YouTube page, and I probably should have linked it. I'll have it linked in next week's show for sure. But I could tell you that one of the coolest events. There's 2 events that happened during that weekend that blow your mind. One is the ceremony that they have on Saturday night. It's a banquet, and they have a formal, thing to sit down, and they go through this ceremony about the, soldier who doesn't come home.
Wow.
And it's a long, it's not long. I'm sorry. It's a very emotional, deep thing. There's thousands of people in that room, and you can hear a pin drop.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that. They do all these giveaways. It's a great thing. All right. And it's super, it gets you. It's a really big deal. But then the second thing that happens is after the tournament's over. All right. So a lot of guys are fishing from different locations. You could choose if you want to fish for catfish, crappie, bass, and you could go to, you could fish the Mississippi River. You could fish Mark Twain Lake. Last year it was flooded big time. So they actually gave us a couple other locations we could fish from to be safe. But at the end of the fishing, everybody kind of comes through, and we have this convoy of hundreds of boats. And we go through this little town. And I don't think this town, I don't remember the name of the town right off the top of my head, but they don't even have a stoplight. I'm telling you that every single man, woman, and child that lives in that town is on that street corner waving American flags, big signs say, "Thank you, vets." I'm getting, I'm getting chills.
Me too.
I'm getting chills right now because it ain't probably but a few hundred people in that town. And I mean, every single one of them is on the sidewalks just hollering and waving. And it is one of the coolest things that you will see. And I warn you now, unless you think you can commit to doing it every year, don't go. Because once you go once, I'm telling you, it's very hard not to go back. I've committed myself. I will go back every year as long as I'm able until I die.
Wow.
It is that. And I didn't come from the service. My dad was in the service. He wasn't in the service very long. He was a telecommunications. Mm-hmm. He fell from the top of a telephone pole. The back then you just had the leather belt around you, and the spikes. His belt broke. And he broke his back. My dad suffered bad back the rest of his life. So I have a connection there. My father-in-law he was 24 years in the Army as an MP. That dude has stories for days and days.
I bet.
And I've always had a really strong connection with the military. I was going to go in, and if I'd known now what I knew as a teenager, because my daughter my girlfriend was pregnant, and I was due to be a father before I graduated high school. And so it changed everything. I was about going into service. I was talking to recruiters, and then boom, hey, you're going to be a dad.
Yep.
And at the time, I didn't know that you can have a really fulfilled life through the military. You can raise a kid and have a fulfilling life through the military. I was uneducated at the time. And so I stayed home. I wanted to be a good dad. I was raised by good parents, good folks. I'm very fortunate. And, but I wanted to be a good dad. So I'm staying home. I'm going to take care of my girl.
That's it.
And that's what I did. But I don't know if it's that or just something inside of me that burns hot. But I've always had a huge connection and respect for the military, current, past, former, and so these guys. Oh yeah, it's a highlight of my year, man.
Yeah, and I'm like you. I never served myself. Actually, a torn ACL kept me from joining the Navy. Go figure. But same thing. Thought about it, destroyed my knee, and took a different path. But both my grandfathers were veterans. My dad's dad. He's been gone 20 years now. He actually served under Patton in World War II.
Oh, wow.
Wouldn't talk about it much, but he was very proud of that. And I've got uncles and cousins, and we've actually had a member of our family in every single American conflict. Everyone. Back to the American Revolution. Our family's been here a long time. So my original ancestor who came from France was actually one of the French soldiers who fought with the Americans during the Revolution, and he stayed.
Dang.
You know, it's a long history. It's the same thing. You know, when people talk about veterans and stuff, I got the goosebumps again. Yeah. That's part of who we are. You know, all of us really. All of us have a veteran to thank. It don't matter if you know one personally or not, which you probably do. You might not know, but we all have one to thank. I promise you, multiples if we're lucky like us.
Yeah, and that's the thing. My respect goes so deep. I mean, I do have a lot of military friends myself. Zach's a Marine as well. I fish with Zach. I see folks right here in chat that are vets, and you see lots of people throughout. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your job is or was.
That's right.
When you signed that dotted line, you don't know what your future is going to be.
Yeah.
You don't. But you sign it because you have a bigger image. You have more than to give. Than just yourself. The selflessness people. That's why we're here. That's why we're here talking about catfishing.
Yeah, that's why
10 o'clock at night.
How does the saying go? If you sat down and ate supper, you can thank a farmer. If you ate it in peace, thank a vet.
That's very good. I've heard that. And that is truer words never spoken. Because we like we said earlier, we take so many things for granted that are tedious and but it stays good. I'm surrounded by good folks that are very humble. Zach and Skip, very humble fellas. They keep me grounded all the time. It's always it's always a awesome experience. Like every time we go out, and I think one of the things that that has really stuck with me here lately is every day before we go out, we say a morning prayer,
mm-hmm.
or we step foot on the boat, and just hearing the prayer and how thankful we are for the little things that we get that are huge.
Yeah, they really are.
So. If we can only get the rest of Americans to feel that way. Oh, man, I don't want to get into politics.
Oof.
I don't want to get into politics, but
that's a no right there.
I'll say how I feel. But man, I am super excited to get some warmer weather moving in next week.
You and me both. I think finally Sunday it'll be warm enough for us to get back out. I think they're talking about a low of 40 and a high of 58. So that's a little more my kind of fishing weather. We go hit the river again Sunday, see if we can make something happen.
Right there, two old vets. Most of the vets I personally know took the oath to our Constitution and really take it to heart. Just can't stand how others can't take the same oath and don't. Yep. All kinds of different kinds of people make up the country we live in. Takes all types.
That's the other side of the coin of living in a free country.
Yeah. Yep. That's 100%.
Yep.
All right. Oath taken never expires. I like that. I like that right there.
It should.
Dale says that's swimming weather right there, Creole.
Maybe for y'all. Maybe for y'all.
No, I still don't like it.
No. No.
I'll tell you, I've got so much ice on top of the snow that's outside that I walk on top of my snow.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what it did here. The little bit that it snowed, it doesn't snow here. It's slushy. Okay. Yeah. It really looks like shaved ice. It built up just enough, and it got just warm enough where it softened it. And then it was 22 degrees last night. It was a solid sheet of ice over everything this morning. And that is a very strange experience for us people down here. It is very strange.
There you go.
No. I don't want to catch a fish that bad. No, it ain't happening.
I'm not saying no, because I just about went this last weekend. I got a buddy that has all the gear, all the stuff, and but I couldn't go this last weekend. But I've never done it, so until I do it, I don't know that I won't like it. The cold don't bother me that much. I've got good gear, and I buy good gear for that reason. So I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it, and don't know that I'll like it, but I'm going to try it because I can't say that I don't like it until I do.
Well, I can tell you what's going to end up happening to me, and it'll turn into a live stream that's going to get about 10 million views because, see, between Dockery and Mark, they keep kind of poking at my ego there, trying to get me to go ice fishing, and it's going to eventually they're going to poke at it enough, it's going to work because that's how I operate. Okay, you poking my ego a little bit, and get me to do about anything you want, and they figured that out, unfortunately. So one of these days, it's probably going to happen. See, look right. See that comment right there? That's that. Mm-mm.
Hey, I don't know if you guys caught this, Jeremy. You might have, but Betty and Brandon, they had a tow truck slide down their entire road.
I did. I saw it on Facebook.
And there's a sharp curve right there on their road. I've been there, and somehow that dude made the curve, but he was locked up and slid all the way down the hill. I don't know how he didn't. I don't know how he kept control of that thing, but that's crazy. Right there, ice fishing was fun. Hagen says, "I'm sure it's fun." He doesn't sound like he's just going to take everybody's word for it.
I figure if it's that bad, where everything around here is just frozen solid and I can't go fish, I can drive 3 hours south, and that salt water ain't gonna be frozen. You know what I mean? I'll go golf and go catch a fish if I got to. Pull it? No. I know what that is, and no.
Hey, right there, can you drag 40-pound fish through the hole? Yes, you can. Right there's the man who did it.
Your big old hole.
Len Leaper, he caught a 40-pounder, didn't he? Through the ice?
Yeah, he did.
That's right.
But you could see where he had to keep drilling the hole bigger and bigger and bigger. I guess that's something you could, which I guess that's a good problem to have, is your hole isn't big enough to get the fish through it.
Right there, I could probably ice fish the pond in the backyard. There you go, Hagen. Get in there and get some of them shad out of there so they drill you a couple holes so they don't freeze.
I remember that picture that Hagen sent me the night before we were supposed to do our challenge, and it was a picture of him standing in that little aluminum boat throwing that cast net in that pond with snow everywhere. And you can tell there was ice built up on that cast net. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's bad.
Oof.
Right there, Zach says, okay, I'm ready to go. You can catch big fish through the ice. Len says he had to drill 3 holes.
Yeah, I remember seeing the picture, and you can tell it was just he kept digging it out.
I've seen some guys. His name just slipped my mind. There's a fella that catches. He catches flatheads through the ice up in Michigan.
Really?
I'm not joking. I gotta. Man, I can't think of his name right off the top of my head.
Wow.
And he didn't just do it once. He's done it several times.
He makes a habit of doing this.
Yeah. Guys. I remember because when he first caught the first few, guys were saying there ain't no way you caught that fish in the mouth. You had to snag him. I met the guy. I talked to him. I seen the pictures and the videos. He caught him in the mouth.
If he's got it figured out, hey.
And that's my goal this year is to target flatheads. And I've seen a couple of techniques that I haven't really seen before, and I'll keep it under my hat for now because I'm going to try it.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if it works, it'll work. It'll be cool. And if it don't, then nobody has to know about it.
Hell yeah. Hey, it's only stupid if it doesn't work. Remember,
that's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a lot more of that this year too. In fact, your buddy Chris Souders, he's got me talked into it. He's got me talked into going after a lot more yellowcat this year. In fact, he's kind of talking like he wants to come down here and come give it a shot after I send him a few pictures of some of the ones we've got.
That would be an awesome trip, man. Chris is a heck of a dude.
I'd love to just turn him loose, like down here, and just sit back and be like, we gonna go where you want to go. I want you to look at this place and tell me where I need to be going. You know, don't take my word for it. We only catch the fish we do because it's so good down here. It ain't because of us. Like a professional like him, oh Lord, he'd have a move down here.
Yeah, I fished with Chris. I think I've only fished with Chris one time. It's been a couple years ago, but I fished with Chris one time, and we went out, and actually he was so good, man. He's like, "What do you want to do today?" He said, "What technique do you want?" Huh?
Fish with you? That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I'm already good. We're here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was just learning bumping at the time. Like I said, it's probably 2 years ago now. I was just learning bumping, and I said, "Hey, I said, we don't have to spend all day doing it, but I would love for us to go bumping, and you watch and see how I'm doing it to tell me if I need to change anything."
Mm-hmm.
And he probably kicked my ass if he heard me telling this story, but I caught 9 fish to his 0.
Come on now.
Yeah. And we fished all day. We did a lot of cool things. I've never seen somebody drift backwards with planer boards.
Huh?
Oh yeah. He runs planer boards, suspends the baits under the boards.
Okay.
And slows his boat down like he's bumping. So because he's slowing his boat down, that puts pressure against those boards and keeps them spread.
Oh.
And slides backwards down the river with the trolling motor facing upriver. And those suspended baits continue to work down the river. He was fanning the river.
Yeah.
Going down river.
So I'm not coordinated enough for all that.
When you get into uneven, when you start getting into some crazy structure, it gets to be real crazy because a rod will hang up and then the board will, hang it.
Yeah. Then you'd have to have a very flat section, which I don't have that. I can't. I couldn't pick 500 feet that's that flat to where I could something like that.
We have a lot of areas that you could pull that off.
Really?
And we have a lot of areas that have a lot of, we call them whoop-de-doos.
Yeah.
It's just it's going up and down. So we would find that distance at the top of the highest hump, and we'd sit there and let it just go right over top those.
Oh, yes, I could never get away with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every feature that I've got down here is very drastic. Like I don't have 3-foot hump. I probably got 3-foot humps. I don't notice them because there's too many 20-foot humps. And I've got 7-foot tall ledges, and it's just all of my features are so drastic that some of the things that other people do, I can't imagine doing because I'm like, man, my terrain won't allow me to do something like that. Like dragging baits, dragging baits with the drifting weights and all. There's no way I could do it because of all that matted revetment down here. You couldn't go 3 feet without hanging everything up. That's just how it is. But that's where bumping is a big thing for us because that's the only method we've got to really cover water and not risk everything we got.
Well, first of all, I want to say hi to James Smith hopping in here. James, it's way past your bedtime, buddy.
I know, right?
He usually misses my shows because he's in bed by then. But we are having a blast tonight, just hanging out and talking. And we still got plenty of people participating in chat, and we're just I ain't got nothing going on.
Nope, I ain't got to go to work till Monday. They shut us down all week.
No kidding.
Yeah, I told you we are not used to ice and snow. I'm not kidding.
Are you guys under a state of emergency?
It's close.
That close?
Dude, it's close. It's not far away from it. It's not far. I'm telling you, the mail isn't running. The first responders only on the roads. I'm telling you, man, we don't do this stuff for a hurricane. Yeah.
Hey, so I'm going to back you up just a little bit.
Okay.
He said he's back up now, so he must have taken a nap. Okay, so he was talking about these big humps and deep valleys. So we'll call them peaks and valleys.
Yes.
So if you're bumping, how do you get your bait up the peak?
Well, as you're bumping, okay, I'm gonna try to do this because I'm backwards. Okay, the hump. God, this is weird.
Yeah.
Right? The hump is here. Okay, so as your boat is backing up to it, your bait's gonna hit the front of it.
Right.
Well, essentially, for that little bit of time, you have to kind of keep reeling up because your bait's gonna get closer to you, but it is walking up at the same time. You're kind of chasing it up. Then all of a sudden, when it falls off that backside, you got to start giving it a lot of line. You got to give it line, and you got to give it line quick enough to actually fall down that slope and not just get blown way down off the backside of it. But for that little while, you're kind of getting closer until you hop over the peak of the hump.
Looks like Zach's checking out. See it, Zach. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get to work tomorrow or not, but we'll touch base, see what this weekend is going to hold for us.
Yeah, see here. What happens is, everywhere where I've bumped at so far, it's big rock revetment from top bank to top bank. It goes all the way across the bottom of the river. But what happens is all that silt makes like some big sand dunes. If you can imagine some 20-foot tall sand dunes on the bottom of the river, that's basically what I've got. Well, what happens is as I'm climbing that hump, I feel that I'm in a soft bottom. I know I'm in that silt. Then it'll fall off the backside. Then all of a sudden, I feel that hard bump of that rock, and I know I'm at the bottom now. And you can almost watch, because I use a high-vis braid. I can watch the angle of my line and kind of tell what's going on. If my line starts flattening out on me, I know I'm going up that hump and I can feel it. And when it starts falling, it'll, the line will pitch back down again.
Catfish 573. Hey man, I appreciate you hanging out with us and being in here. We're just we're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Chilling out. Yeah, see here most of the time, I've got big holes. Of course, I got to walk the bait back up out the hole, which is a big deal. But I worried. I just got to thinking about when you're talking about these big peaks. I was thinking, I don't know that I ran across in my bumping waters anyway. Ran across peaks. I've had a lot of valleys and climbed, bump down into the valleys and back up the other side and down the other side. I can't remember.
I find if I have to climb something, I have to keep my hops shorter. Like instead of bump, bump, bump as I'm climbing.
Yes.
I find that helps a lot.
Yep. And a lot of times you have to keep the line. I keep my rod tip a lot higher.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll hold that side. I'm almost 90 degrees with it when I'm climbing something.
Are you using cannonball sinkers or are you using bank sinkers?
For the past couple of times I've done it has been bank sinkers. I'm fixing to pour my own weights. They won't be cannonball sinkers. I'm going to call them beer can sinkers because that's the shape they'll be.
Well, that's good. That gives you a nice flat thud.
Yeah, that's why I want to do that. Yeah, for that soft bottom, it's going to help me feel it a little bit better.
Yep. The more surface area you get, the better that's going to feel.
Yep.
Shoot, I had another question. We was talking about bumping. I was getting excited.
I know, right?
Huh? Dan says, how many fish tonight? Well, we've caught probably, I don't know. How many you think are in here? We didn't caught about it. I could drop his hook down into the water here.
Yeah.
Instead of Bud Light, it'd be Bud Lead.
Yeah. Yeah, because I have used 8 ounces of lead bumping before in really, really hard currents. And that is 8. I've I've had 8 on that rod, and let me tell you, I swear I can hear it hit those rocks when that weight is that heavy.
Really?
Oh, I'm telling you, I swear I can hear it thumping. It hits so hard when I get down to them rocks. I'm telling you, I can hear it.
Figure out throw some food. This really get the fish going. Right here, we're talking about chumming, right?
Yeah, I will. See, there you go. You putting it into practice right there.
Yeah, chumming.
They got them excited.
Get all the fish over here on this side of the river.
Yeah.
Let's see. He says he's on number 11, trying for number 12. I'm going to have to do better than that if I'm going to compete with Parker and.
Yeah.
So Mr. Gadget asks if you're using braid.
Yes, that is an absolute necessity when bumping. And in fact, I just started doing this the past 2 trips I made. I use braid on my main line, and I actually use fluorocarbon for my sinker dropper to try to get a little more sensitivity out of it.
Yeah, I actually tried braid for the dropper for my cannonball. But what I found was it's not very abrasion resistant, and I was losing sinkers left and right. So while braid sounded great for that sinker, that fluorocarbon might be a great way to go.
Yep, 20-pound fluoro. That's what I've got. The past 2 trips I've done, I find it makes a little difference. Hagen, right now I'm using the Suffix 832, and it's I have 50-pound braid only because the little bitty reel I have does not have a lot of capacity, so I went down to 50 just to get a little more line on it.
I'm running the same thing. I'm running the Suffix 832.
Yeah.
There is another. I can't remember the name of. It's spider wire.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a new blend, and I can't remember the guy I was talking to.
Yep.
It might have been Phil King talking about it. So here's one of the things that people something to consider when you're looking for a braid line for bumping is, yeah, Brandon, he just said he's using fluorocarbon as a leader now. Oh, as a leader, or are you talking as a?
No, for the sinker dropper. No, I use my 80-pound Cast King mono for my leaders, for my hook leader.
Got it.
Yeah, my sinker dropper is fluoro.
Oh, there it is. Hagen, that's what it's called. Spider wire stealth. Now,
Stealth, yeah.
This guy here, I think it was Phil King. I could be wrong. I watch a lot of old catfish conferences.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of old Catfish Weekly stuff because, to be honest, catfish didn't change much. We changed a whole bunch.
Yeah,
but the catfish didn't change much.
Nope.
So the guys have been catching fish for years. Their information is still just as good as it was 8 years ago or 7 years ago.
Absolutely.
But the reason this guy said he liked that spider wire stealth is because the coating that's on it is a little bit thinner.
Mm-hmm.
And the diameter is a little bit thinner than 832. And something to think about on this braid is, depending on the strand and the diameter, it'll depend on your current.
Yeah.
So for if you in a high current situation, you're going to want that smooth. You're going to want that smooth line so that you don't get much resistance against it when you're bumping, because you've already got enough current. You don't need any help.
Yep.
And you have line vibration. I'm sure we've all seen.
Oh,
yeah. You've got some line vibration. Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, when you're in slower water, so I'm going to use the Ohio because we don't have the current like Mississippi, like a lot of guys do. John Jameson, Hagen, I think you're right. Like I said, I watch these catfish. It was a catfish conference seminar that I was watching, but I think he's right. But like he was saying, in the lower current situation, that braid with the more resistance, so that the bigger strand stuff. So 4, 5, 6. I use 8 strand. I like 8 strand, but then you get resistance against your line, which is actually going to help pull your bait because you don't have a whole lot of current to help pull it.
Well, see, that's a good point, because I'll tell you something that I've noticed the past few times we went. I have my bumping rod with the 50-pound Suffix 832 on it. Then I set up my dad with one, and we bought him a Cast King Rover for a reel. Well, he's got a lot more line capacity than me. Well, we put him some 50-pound, that new Trilene big game braid on his, and I noticed the diameter it's thicker than my 832. It's same poundage, but it's thicker. And don't you know, when me and my son are both bumping together, I've got to have a 1 ounce heavier weight on his rod than mine to keep them the same distance.
Yep.
It does make that much of a difference. I know between those two, it makes that much of a difference.
And I'm going to say he's probably bumping faster than you. He's probably, well, it depends on their technique, but I'd say if you guys were going at the same pace, he would outrun you because that braid is so much thicker in diameter. He's getting a lot of line pull the farther he goes back.
That's why I have to run 1 ounce more of weight for him than me, because he would outrun me if it wouldn't be for that. It takes 1 ounce more to keep him even with me.
Yep.
And like you said, if you're in a situation where you need more current, well, hey, that'd be the way to go, because then it'll actually help you kind of get pushed out the back of the boat. For us, we never have that problem. we never have that. It's always trying to slow it down as much as we can, because that day the current was 7.6 miles an hour.
Holy!
But the boat was only moving back 0.3.
Woo!
That's that day I caught that PB on that chicken.
What trolling motor do you run?
Huh?
What trolling motor are you running?
My trolling motor wasn't enough. I had to run my big motor too.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Oh no, I have a 80-pound Tarova on that 20-foot boat. No, that ain't no way. I had to run my big motor to help it out.
Yeah, and a lot of people still don't do that, but it's a great technique. You could put it in, and your Tarova will keep the head setting. My wife is messaging me. She said, "I can't believe you're still on." She's messaging me now. Would you shut up?
Nah.
Oh, shoot, I lost what I was saying.
Yeah. You're talking about you. Yeah, most people don't realize you can use your.
Right. Yeah, I've got a kicker motor on my boat, and that's what I plan on leaving on the boat, and that's what it's going to be for when I'm in the situations where my trolling motor needs help.
Yep.
I could see it even being helpful in an anchored position, spot locking.
Yeah.
I start that kicker motor and put it in gear and just let it putt. Yeah, just help out that save battery.
Yeah, because how I did was I basically put my boat in the current. I put my trolling motor on 5, and I kicked my big motor in, and I just throttled it up until I wasn't moving, just perfectly dead still in the water. And then if I back off my trolling motor any little bit, my boat's going to start slipping backwards. And that's how I set it up. And it worked. In fact, that's the whole story behind that PB. The only reason I was bumping that day was to practice that technique to make sure I could do it before actually going bumping for real. I just didn't want to put an empty hook in the water to practice.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to do that. Sorry, I was responding to Janice. She's on a break there at work. She's like, I can't believe you're still on. It's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's the reason I was bumping that day. I just wanted to see if it worked. And I'm lucky I got that big 4-stroke. It can sit there and run like that all day. It ain't gonna hardly burn any gas.
I can't do that with mine. my big 2-stroke sucks the gas. Oh man, I I shouldn't have never figured it up, but I only get about 2 miles a gallon out of that boat.
I'm lucky. We only did it once when the boat was brand new. I put me, my dad, and my son, and I've got a 19-gallon tank on that boat. We rode for 68 miles, and most of it was wide open, full trim. And on the way back home, I'll fill it up with fuel again. And apparently I still had 4.5 gallons of fuel in it after running 68 miles. So I figure that's pretty good.
Wow, that's really good. Especially if you got it hammered down. Man, if you back that thing off just a little bit, man, that saves so much fuel.
Backing off ain't in me.
Yeah, I do. I back mine off. I can't afford it. I don't know. I haven't figured it out if I back it off what I get. But on average, I think I'm only getting about 2 miles a gallon. And I have to figure that out because I have a 30-gallon fuel tank.
Yeah.
And I got to know how far I can go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You gotta know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that kicker on there and getting slowed down, doing some bumping. So here's a question for you. Without a big motor running, because that might change things. But I think, do you guys normally bump straight off the back of the boat, or do you go off the sides of the boat?
Well, we're both sitting on the back of the boat. When it's two of us bumping, like I'll kind of turn my rod kind of 45 degrees to one side, and the other one will turn their rod kind of 45 out the other. So you can almost say I'm off the corners. I'm not straight off the back, but I'm not straight out the sides either. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because a lot of guys will sit and they'll hold their rod directly out the back of the boat. And unless you're really, really good at bumping, meaning that as soon as you feel that you've lost bottom, you're reeling in, because something's happened.
Yeah.
A lot of times, you've got hung up and your line is getting pulled. It's making a big loop.
That's
you
right.
can even sometimes you can even feel it picking up and bumping. You'll feel like you're actually bumping if you got good current.
The resistance.
But the next thing you know, your rod is wrapped around the back of your boat because you went over top of it.
That's right.
And so I try to tell guys not to bump straight out the back and put themselves in a situation where they get the rod jerked out of their hands, or they're up on the back of the boat and by the motor trying to save their rod.
Yeah.
If you go to the sides and you run in that situation, you can always turn around and pull it out backwards or break off, but you're not in a hairy situation, whereas bumping straight out the back will put you in that situation at times.
Yeah, and I guess the real answer for the question, and being as I know what you're talking about now, even when I'm bumping by myself, I'm not standing right over my big motor. I'm either on one side or the other. That way, if I do get in that situation, I can just swing my rod to the side and break it off, do what I got to do.
Yeah,
I'm never over the center on the back of my boat. Yeah, for that reason there.
That's probably the biggest thing. I mean, Chris taught me 1,000 things in one day, but that was probably the first thing he said. Hey, you need to make sure you're off to the side, and it just clicked. I was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'd be in a bad situation.
Yeah. Now, have you had a fish hit it to where you didn't feel it hit, but lost bottom, reel down, thinking you hung up and a fish was on it?
Yep, that actually happens. That's happened quite a few times, really, and I think it probably has to a lot of people that bump.
About half my fish have been like that. I'm like, oh crap! I hope I ain't hung up. You hurry up and reel, and boom, there he is. That's
one of the reasons. As soon as I lose bottom, as soon as I feel that I've lost bottom, I'll give a couple more thumps, and I would just start. I'll put the smoke on that thing. Yeah. It's either A, I need to get out of there real quick because I've lost bottom and it's hung up or whatever, and I need to get it, or B, fish has got it and reeling down. You see his question here from Hagen?
Hagen, I actually drag raced for many years. I was a small tire drag racer until it got too expensive.
Catfish ain't a whole lot cheaper, bud.
Well, look, I made Lyle laugh one night. I sold 2 race cars, but it only got me 1 boat. So, take that for what it is.
Good Let's see. Somebody's want to know what kind of motor you got.
I have a 4-stroke Mercury 115. What they call the Bigfoot 115.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's got the same foot as the 150 and all of that.
Right.
Yeah. And it's not the what is it, the Pro XS or something like that. It's the regular one.
Right. Yep. I want to get a 4-stroke on mine so bad. I think a 115 would probably do me fine. My boat's rated up for a 250.
Yeah.
I would love a 200. I mean, if I could handle a motor.
Your boat's bigger than mine though. Yours is I know it's a 21 foot. And how wide is your boat?
It's 22 and it is 90 inches.
Okay, so you're about the same width as me, but you're bigger and probably heavier. Because I tell you, with that 115, my boat only goes 40 miles an hour. So you probably need at least a 150.
Yeah, I run a 150 now, and I get about 37, 38 miles an hour out of it. And I've got her loaded down. I don't care about how fast I get there. I've got 7 batteries on my boat.
Ooh. Yeah, see, Hagen, I've had the same thing happen to me. It's like they hit it and they swim up with it. It's like all of a sudden you can't feel anything. It's like what in the world is going on? And when you reel down, I guess when that hook gets in them, they know.
Did you happen to catch Muddy River flathead demonstration video that he did?
No, I don't think I caught that one.
It's pretty neat. He's on land, but he's standing in front of you getting funny looks too?
Yeah, I'm getting a funny look. She's like right there.
Laura,
the same look is like, are you still alive right now?
Same thing my wife was doing.
I'm good.
You still had a pulse.
I'm good. You want to come on camera?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm just making sure you still breathing.
I'm good. I'm good. We're having fun.
So anyway, if you get a chance, check out that video from Muddy River Catfishing. He's on land, but he's standing in front of a bunch of wood structure. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Tell him hi.
Tell him hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Now you're gonna be shy.
Mm-hmm.
You talk all that. Shy.
Hey, you out there making snow angels?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's snowing outside.
Is it snowing now?
Uh-huh.
It might be.
Another ice storm's on its way.
Another ice on the way. She said. Ugh.
You say yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You guys be able to make some snowmen in that wet, slushy stuff.
Ugh.
Snowball fight, huh?
I will stay under my blanket on my recliner. I'm good.
Yeah, it's not fun here. My problem here is I have one tree. We have 100 acres. I have one tree. I don't know 100 acres. I'm renting this house.
Wow.
But we have 100 acres of flat fields around us. I have one tree, and it's a pine tree.
Oh, wow.
So I've got snow drifts up to 3-4 feet here.
Oh, I can see that. I mean, it's kind of the same thing here. We live on a big piece of property, and the only trees I have anywhere near me are the ones I planted. So same thing, kind of wide open. So there's no, when that big north wind blows, man, they ain't no saving any. When I come out my back door, that north wind hits me in the face. Yeah.
So Chris did his video. He kind of showed he was in front of a big pile of wood structure. It's dry land, big tree on him. Yeah. And he took some pool noodles and cut them up. And he said, "Hey, if you've seen this tree on your down scan or down imaging, where would you expect the flathead? This is targeting flatheads. Where would you expect them to be? Where do you think they are? You know." And I gotta be honest, I thought they'd be down in the bottom, hunkered up in all them little tight nooks and crannies.
That's what I would think.
Hey, this is a spotlight.
He had pool noodles all through the water column.
Yeah.
They were all up in there everywhere. He was kind of showing the rigs that he would use. One of the most effective rigs, of course, he loves his floats, is the float.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a great video, and the visual aid was just mind blowing. So I mean, this visual aid back here was pretty cool tonight, but the visual aid that he gave for that video was you got a cavity. I don't know where he gets it. Do you?
Yeah, I have no idea, right?
Huh?
Hello, you're so funny.
Yeah, and normally I can't get him to stay in front of this camera for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think he's really. I think he's tired, and he just don't even realize.
He finished off that bread pudding. He jacked up. I'm all jacked up with bread pudding.
Well, I could use some of that right now.
Oh man, my wife's got me on a diet. Well, it ain't she ain't got me on a diet. We're both trying to go on a diet together, and it sucks.
Yeah, I know, man. Look, I could literally feel your pain as I was doing the live. I could just sense it. I'm like, oh, I'm killing him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure you weren't the only one.
Oh yeah. The comments in the video, you could tell everybody was wanting some of that.
Oh, and I'm telling you, I told Chad this.
Wait.
I told Chad this right after the second live stream ended. I'm talking, I got out the live stream, waited 30 seconds. My phone rings. It's my dad.
I'm back.
My dad's like, hey, I can't take it no more. I'm coming to your house. Cut me a piece.
Cut me.
3 miles down from me. You know, he don't live far. He said, I can't take it no more. I'm coming to get me some. I said, come on, meet you in the driveway. What are you doing? Hey,
he's got a funny giggle. He sounds like boy in the Christmas Story.
I know.
Eating his plate. Dale says I go on a diet every Monday.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. But every Monday it kind of starts over like, yeah, well, and then by Wednesday it's gone. They can't see. Can't see, boy. Well, hey, at least YouTube's recommending it. That's a good sign.
So have you caught on to the shorts that YouTube's pushing right now? Have you noticed people start?
I know YouTube is pushing them. I haven't jumped on the bandwagon just yet. I guess like everything else, I'll be about the last one to do it.
I decided to give it a shot just because, and I'm going to make some more. I got some ideas for some shorts I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But if you haven't looked into it any, what shorts are is YouTube trying to compete with TikTok.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And so to push it, to try to get more viewership and get more people creating shorts, they're blowing these shorts up.
I got you.
So you could go. Yeah, so you could go with, Hagen, if you're not haven't heard about it or figured it out, the shorts, they have to be filmed pretty much with your phone. You know, they have to be in a vertical format. You know,
Okay.
don't turn your phone sideways. Be filmed in a vertical format, and they have to be 59 seconds or less. And you have to put the hashtag shorts either in your description of your video down below or in the title. They recommend the title just because it's easier for YouTube to grab it.
Yeah.
Who does that?
But people are getting that was dangerous.
UK basket.
People are getting, viral videos off of these shorts because, YouTube is really pushing them. So if you scroll through your videos on your phone, because they're going to show up on your phone, and you see shorts, if you look at the views, you'll see 1 million, 2 million, 700,000.
Really?
Because I can't remember how many it is, but there's only 750,000 shorts that can be in circulation at one time. That sounds like a huge number, but if you think about how much content's created, it's really not. So the shorts, that's called a shelf.
Okay.
And that's the goal, is you want your video to get on that shelf and get in circulation to show up with other people. And so I made a short, but I noticed that the Fishing Magician, he's actually made quite a few shorts now.
Yeah.
And I think it's like once you start watching content, so obviously I like fishing content. Now I'm getting recommendations. My videos are fishing videos.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like TikTok. If you watch, you know, fishing, whatever content or, you know, on TikTok, I've got TikTok. I wish I hadn't, but I have. And there's a lot of funny content on there. There's a few folks that I really enjoy watching. Once you get away from all the teeny stuff,
Yeah.
You know, if you don't add those folks or like those videos, then they'll fade out eventually, which is where I'm at now. I don't see any of that crap. I mean, I like pretty girls, but I don't like going to jail.
Yeah.
So I got all that stuff weaned out to where mine's. But anyway, back to shorts is YouTube trying to compete with TikTok, and so they're really pushing those. Myself, I would suggest do a couple shorts and help with your content. Hagen, I think a short for you would probably blow up.
Yeah.
And you know, it could be you could take an old video clip and monster takedown. I used mine. I made that one short. It just kind of highlights some of the content on my video. So it was just a super fast slideshow of a bunch of fish. So you could, you know, have a really cool moment, you major takedown, get all that suspense, but don't show them the end.
Yeah.
Don't show them the fish. Just get all that hype and build up, and then say, you know, for more content, you know, click like and subscribe. And boom, your channel will, you know, hopefully pick up traffic and start growing. So it's kind of a fun thing. I don't really play with all the algorithms and all that stuff. I don't put a whole lot of sweat into the you know, the funny stuff on this stuff. Maybe one day I will, but for right now I really haven't. But I just seen something pop up on this other screen. I got another screen going right here, and somebody just uploaded a short for whatever reason. That's what showed up.
Yeah.
It said, you know, YouTube Shorts.
Yeah, I know, because Mike Greenwell had talked about it one night on his show, and it kind of got me curious about it. I guess I'm gonna be spending the week in the house. I ain't have nothing better to do. I'm gonna have to make a bunch of them. Because on editing software, it's no big deal to take footage and reformat it, you know, to where it's vertical. It's not hard to do.
Right there, Has Life says Sunfish Assassin has a few that hit over 10,000 on short, and he said he hit 27,000, and he said he just uploaded that short yesterday. 27,000.
Man, might have to look into it then.
I think it would do you a little bit of good. TikTok is owned by China. Yeah, I don't think YouTube is competing with them. I don't know about that, Rob. I think they want as much traffic as they can get, but I don't think TikTok does have ads. When you scroll through, there's always, like, every so many videos is an ad.
Yeah.
For something.
Well, I think if nothing else, YouTube sees the trend of the short videos getting all that traffic, so they're jumping on it too. Maybe it's not a competition necessarily, but they see the trend and they want a piece of it. Yeah. Greenwell's got a few shorts out.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Hello.
watch this. Oh,
Why you gotta make noise?
He's showing out now.
Oh yeah, now. Yeah, when I want him to, no, he goes the other way.
Yeah, that's how kids are. I was backwards kid too when I was younger. Believe it or not.
I think we all were.
Yeah. In school, I was always pretty quiet. I was always the funny guy. I like to make people laugh, and just I was always poor growing up. We was dirt poor, man. My school was a lot of folks anyway, not everybody, but a lot of folks. You know, you wasn't into sports, and you know, you have cool clothes and all that stuff. I don't know. I never was cool, I guess.
Well, I guess I was lucky. Like our school, it's a very small community, but everybody in school, we basically all grew up the same way. We were all like the children of farmers, pretty much every one of us. So we didn't have the whole cool kid thing going on. It was we were kind of more or less all the same. So I guess I was kind of lucky because I didn't go to a big school at all. My graduating class was 121, I think. So small school.
Yeah. Yeah. See, Rob's got Rob's got the inside stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just by listening to Rob, and watching his videos too, you could tell that he's put together all the dots.
Yeah, and that's the secret to it, is getting those little things figured out. You get those little things figured out, and before you know it.
The shorts thing, it's actually been out for a few months, but it hasn't. I'm just starting to see traffic and starting to see it move, and I follow a couple. I don't know. They're content creators. They help. They're always putting videos out for tools and techniques.
Yeah.
There's two brothers that I watch. One is more along the mobile side of things, and the other one is more into the production side of things. And they're twin brothers. They make it really difficult. Last thing I'll say about shorts, and to really get it, to really make it successful, you want somebody to watch the whole short.
Yeah.
Okay? So make it as short as possible.
Yeah.
My short was only 24 seconds. So, and it was just nonstop. Bam, 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 bunch of fish pictures. Unless somebody's just decided, I don't like fish, they're going to watch to the end because they're short.
Yeah. Exactly.
Either you come into Patriots tourney.
I wish I could, man. I wish I could, but it can't. It's not going to happen this year.
I would like to, but I don't know that I just don't know that I can afford it, to be honest. For me to drive down and pull the boat down there, it's a lot of gas. And then, of course, hotel and all that stuff and food for those many days. I don't know that I can afford it because I've got so many things. So that's in April. May is Mendota if I'm going to do that. So that's April, then May, then June is Fishing for Freedom. I'm definitely doing that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I got to decide. I don't know if I can afford that many trips back to back. So I'm going to have to cut something out. I haven't decided what it is yet.
Yeah. And for me, it was time off, because for me, that's at least a 4, almost 5-day trip. It's a 12-hour drive for us. And I can't get away for that long. Yeah.
Just not in the budget, man. It takes, you guys know, it takes a lot by the time you pay, just gas alone for me pulling my boat.
Yeah.
I only get about 9 to 10 miles a gallon pulling my boat.
I'm probably not too far from that. I think I get maybe, I don't know. I think I get maybe 12, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I like to get a diesel and make things a little bit easier for me. But right now I got a 2010 Toyota Tundra, and I absolutely love that truck.
And those Tundras burn gas too.
Yeah, it's the 5.7, so it's not.
Yeah. I had one for a company truck for a long time. I know they burn gas.
I'm not sure the end of that. Creole, sing for you. My favorite childhood meal. It's going to sound really weird, but it was a soup. It was green beans, potatoes, and corn.
Hey, I like that.
And, when my mom was growing up, my grandma died when my mother was 3 years old. So my great grandma raised my mama and all the kids. So she had 14 kids total.
Wow.
To feed. And what's up, Ricky? We're still at it, man. 11 o'clock at night. We're still going strong.
We're still going. We're still yapping.
Well, 14 kids, man, they couldn't afford to put meat in every meal. You know, there was a lot of vegetables, so what they can get out of the garden. And Grandma had a hell of a time trying to get all the kids to eat vegetables. So she made green beans, potatoes, and corn soup, and she put sugar in it to make it a little bit sweet so that the kids would eat it. And my mama made that when I was growing up, and I absolutely love it still. And it ain't nothing fun. You know, it ain't nothing fancy, but that meal is my childhood. You know what I mean? Yeah. If your childhood has a flavor, that's it.
Yeah. That's definitely the ones you remember. Yeah. Those Tundras will pass everything but a gas station.
Yeah.
Because that Ford I got ain't too far behind you. Look, it's got power, but it ain't too good on gas mileage.
Yeah, we actually had a Tacoma, 4-door Tacoma. My wife drove it, and I drove the Tundra. And she finally, you know, she's like, "Well, we don't really need 2 trucks." And that Tacoma had like 300,000 miles on it, like 290 something.
Wow.
And we traded that thing in. Wish we'd never done it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, those older Tacomas. Like I know around here, my father-in-law just sold his recently. He had I want to say it was a 2000 Tacoma, like the last of the really, really, really good ones, you know?
Yeah.
V6, 5-speed, like the one everybody wants. He still got $10,000 for it, and it had 190,000 miles on it.
I got mine was a 06, and it was the V6 4-wheel drive 4-door, and we got 9,500 for it.
Yeah.
With almost 300,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. And here's the thing. I know the guy at the dealership. He's my buddy. They gave me 95 for it, and they sold it that week for $13,000.
Wow.
300, with like 290,000 miles on it.
It's like that here too. Same.
I'll tell you what. I bought a 2000 Toyota pickup truck. It was just a 4-cylinder 5-speed, but it was immaculate condition. I bought it off of a family member. And there wasn't a spot of rust on that thing, right? And they did the recall on the frames.
Yeah,
I gave $8,000 for the truck. It was immaculate. They did the recall, and the family kept telling me, "Hey, you need to go get that frame checked. They're going, you know, you only got to the end of the year." Mm-hmm. It was like December, and I was finally like, "All right, I'll go get it checked. So you guys leave me alone." I took it in there, and it failed. I was in such disbelief that I made them take me back and show me it failed because I thought they were trying to screw me over.
Yeah.
What it is they have this clamp and it goes down so many PSI, and if it punctures through, your frame is.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what it was. It rusted out from the inside. And, you know, that thing only booked for like, quit, come here. I think my dog wants out. They only booked for like $5,000, $6,000, but you couldn't find them anywhere. Toyota came in and gave me $16,500 for that truck. Yeah.
Boy, you made out like a bandit.
Yeah, I paid $8,000 for it. They gave me $16,500 for it.
Paid money. That's what I'm talking about.
So I went and bought that Tacoma and paid cash.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You see, I got a buddy that's got about the same look that you do with that. Apparently, I can never get a deal like that.
Yeah, it don't happen very often.
No. The best I did was when that other my other hot rod that I had, my Ranger that had the 5.0 V8 in it, I ended up selling it for $1,000 more than what it cost me to build it, and I thought I was doing good. I said, "Oh, yeah, come, I will bring it to you, no problem." And I did. I sold it. in New Orleans, like where I'm working at, and that's what. The guy was kind of iffy about the price. And he's like, "Well, man, look, I don't know how I'm going to come get it." You know, I said, "Well, I'll tell you what. I said, I'll make you a deal. How about if I bring it to you?" I drug it over there with my company truck and a trailer. It didn't cost me $1.
I do pretty good with boats. I never had any old hot rods or got into any of that. My dad, he was an old shade tree mechanic, so he taught me a good little bit. But we always had big 4-wheel drives. Dad was he liked his big Dodge trucks. So
I done worked on plenty of them.
yeah.
In fact, my best friend still has an old power wagon that he bought off of somebody, didn't have a motor in it and all this good stuff. He's got a brand new dually, and he rather drive that old Dodge than that brand new Ford dually. He loved it.
I had a couple power wagons. I had a 77 power wagon. I had a 76 custom. I had a 83 Ram custom. I had some old Dodge trucks. I like them. Let's see. Let me say here. 2020, 150, 270. You can only get 14.
Yeah, you see, and that's where a lot of people don't understand about those EcoBoost engines. And this is any gasoline forced induction engine. I don't care who makes it. If you've got two engines that they both make 300 horsepower, one is naturally aspirated, okay, good old V8, and the other is a turbo or supercharged vehicle, whatever's using boost is going to use 10 to 15% more fuel to make the same power. Now, these EcoBoost engines get great mileage if they're not under a load, if they're just cruising around. The problem is the second you strain them and you start making boost, that mileage does this. And it's going to eat the fuel because you need more fuel to make the same power if you're under boost. So if you're pulling something, don't be surprised if those EcoBoost engines are gonna get pretty bad mileage. And look, I'm a Ford guy, die hard, but that's why my F-150 has a 5.0 Coyote, not the EcoBoost, because of that reason. Because of the mileage differential when you load hard. Even if somebody drives it with a heavy foot, they're going to eat the fuel because they're making boost.
Did not know that. I can't afford anything new anyway, so I'm going to, unless I put boost on my Tundra.
Hey, we can arrange that.
Yeah, no.
We can arrange that.
Hey guys.
They do make a very nice kit to put a blower on top of those Tundras. I'm just saying.
No, I struggle enough with gas mileage. I gotta be able to afford the gas for the boat too. Yeah. I got 2 gas hogs.
It won't help the fuel mileage. I can tell you that right now.
I'm quite sure of it.
That's what somebody. So one of my buddies was asking me the other day. I told him that my boat. He's like, man, that boat's got to go 50 miles an hour. I said, no, it only goes about 40. He said, what if you want to go faster? I said, I'll put a nitrous bottle on it. So I don't care.
We got Zach and his ProCat 200. He's got the Suzuki 200 on there.
Yeah,
and, it'll run about 48.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I can tell you at 4,000 RPMs, we're running about 30 to 35 depending on wind and current. And I'm telling you, that motor sounds like it ain't trying at all. It's just barely humming. I mean,
What's your friend?
It is nice.
Well, yeah, mine too. I mean, look, like I said, mine will do, 35 to 40, 40 max. But on that river, I don't want to go any faster than that because at 50 and 60, I can't see those trees coming down the water nearly as good. 40 is enough for me.
Lee says he realized the same thing. Hey, Catfish 573. The reason I don't have an option for what's it called? Super Chat is I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet.
Yeah, you gotta have 1,000 to have that one.
So I'm at 700 and some. I do put the link for PayPal to the channel in the description. Anything we get for the channel obviously goes right back in the channel. There'll never be enough money and I'll never make enough money or pull enough money in on YouTube to cover the expenses, but every little every little thing helps out a whole bunch. So thank you for even considering. I appreciate it. That's another thing me and Krill have in common. I've always liked engine and horsepower. Small block Chevy guy, can't afford it nowadays.
Yeah, well, I got out of an expensive hobby and picked up a slightly less expensive hobby. But my best friend still has all that stuff, so I can go to his house and get my fix anytime I want. So I'm good. In fact, my Mustang is, I think, not far from where Hagen lives right now.
Really?
I think it's in Bowling Green, Kentucky. That's where the guy was from when he came get it.
That's yeah. My dad, he was a big Mopar guy, and so we built a couple of Mopars. But my dad owned the same '71 Roadrunner 4 times.
Wow. Yeah.
4 times.
Boy, if you have a car now, huh?
Oh my God. And it was all matching numbers. Everything was, oh yeah. Yeah. Top to bottom. We had everything. I think we only drove the car like 3 times because he was always working on it. Never. And when he finally got rid of it the last time, me and my ex-wife now, she told me I couldn't have the car. She said, "How much is it going to cost to finish the car?" I said, about $20,000 to finish the car and finish it right.
Yep.
I said, and at the time I just had we just had like a small barn. I was like, I'm going to need to build a bigger pole barn so I can do the work it needs.
Oh yeah.
I said, so I need about 10 grand for the pole barn. I need about 20 grand to finish the car. She said, no.
Yeah. I bet that didn't go over well.
No, we're not together anymore.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I had a similar thing happen to me. This was years ago when I was married to my first wife, and I always flipped through the classifieds, and I saw somebody had a Shelby Cobra for sale in the classifieds, $25,000. I said, it's got to be one of those fake ones. Well, it bugged me. I called the number, and the woman said, yeah. She says, me and my husband are splitting up. We had 2 of them. He got the small block car and I got the big block car in a divorce. And I'm like, okay. So ma'am, if you don't mind, I don't want to know the whole VIN number, but I need you to read me the first 3 numbers off the VIN number. And she said, okay, no problem. She comes back a minute later. She says, well, it's not numbers, it's letters. Okay, that got my attention. She says CSX. Which is the suffix for the real Shelby Cobras. So, because over the years I learned how to identify them. And I'm like, at the time, this was like in 2007, 2008. This was at the time when the big block Shelby Cobras were selling for $1 million on Barrett Jackson.
Woo!
And I'm like, ma'am, I'm going to call you back in 10 minutes. And I hung up the phone. I called my ex-wife, was my wife at the time. I said, I don't care what you got to do. Get out the house. I need $25,000 cash right now. Right now. Take us $1 million. She's like, it's about a car, isn't it?
He's dead. He's dead.
Well, needless to say, you can about imagine how that went. Well, about an hour after I'm talking to my buddy, he's like, dude, I got it. We go and get it. Call the woman back. Somebody had sold it.
Oh, man.
Somebody had sold it. Yep. Somebody out of California bought the car. That car is still in California to this day.
No kidding.
Yeah, that was my chance for $1 million right there.
Hey, Catfish 573, man. I appreciate that. Don't put yourself out. I make do over here. I'm in the same situation you're in. I don't know your story, but I'm dealing with I'm home on disability as well. I've had some head trauma. I had 3 tumors on my brain that caused some major damage, and so I do the best I can. But don't put yourself out. I appreciate the kind words and stuff, man. Thank you a whole lot. Ricky asked, "Do you work on your own boat motors?" Well, Crayola doesn't have to because he's got a new one.
I changed the oil in it one time.
Did you? But I do all the work on my own motor. And I know Hagen does a lot of his own stuff as well. But yeah, boat mechanics around here, they run There's my wife. Are you still on? There she is again. You are crazy.
Well, hey,
Boat mechanics around here run about $90 an hour, 90 to 100.
yeah, not cheap around here either. Oh, if something breaks on it, I ain't scared. I'll tear into it.
I YouTube the crap out of everything until I get it figured out the best I can. But if Ricky, if you got any questions or about anything in particular, you can shoot me a message. If you don't know my name, it's Roger DeMint Jr. on Facebook, or just the Muskrat Adventure page, I think, is linked in the description as well. So I don't know that I could help you, but if I can, I'd be more willing to try.
Yeah.
I plan on fishing more tournaments this year. I'm going to build a new live well now that I have a bigger boat. If anyone has or knows of a truck toolbox, there you go. Yeah, I built mine out of a truck toolbox. I'm sure Hagen's a very good DIY guy.
Oh, yeah.
I built all mine with the Quick Connect system. My boat is completely plumbed. I have 2 different size live wells that I could put in my boat at any given time. I have the tournament size one that I built out of a truck toolbox, and it's all Quick Connect system. So there's 3 lines that run to it. You have the fill, then I have it's a drain and circulating line, and then I have the overfill. So they make an actuator that you just turn the dial to whether you want it to fill, whether you want it to recirculate, or whether you want it to empty. And hey, you calm down. And that Quick Connect system, man, I make 3 connections. I pop it out, and when I want to put it in, I pop it in. I have a smaller one built out of a cooler that I use for crappie.
Okay.
And I'll be honest with you, this last year, I got that extreme bait tank, and I just put that in there, and I keep my minnows in it in a bucket, and I throw my crappie in the extreme bait tank. I didn't even use the smaller live well I built this year. I just run the extreme bait tank.
It's always better when you can just build your own stuff, because I know for some of the stuff that I've tried to do, they just don't sell what I want. So, hey, you make it. And it's cheaper anyway.
Hagen, I could send you. I'll send you a couple links for the actuator and that Quick Connect system. It makes life a whole lot easier. You just like I said, you just disconnect those things. You can pop it out, and the hoses and stuff are out of your way. You never even know it's there. And then when you need it, boom, it's there.
Whoa. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, there we go, man. Catfish 573, man. That's tough, man. I appreciate the thoughts and prayers, brother. Same going back out to you.
Okay.
I don't know what you got to deal with on a day-to-day basis, but that does not sound like a good way to go.
Yes.
I have 3 boats. Need some work on them.
No.
I'll put it over here. It's hard. It's easy to read over here. I know you're busy, Roger, but I'll look into YouTube. Thank you, sir, your offer. Yeah, I don't know much about inboards other than, it's a car motor for the most part.
Yeah.
But on the outboards, you're more than welcome to send me a message. I may or may not be able to help you. If I can, and I can save you some money or put you on the right track or something, I'd be more than happy to. All right, man. Rob's getting ready to head to bed. Been informational. That's a compliment because Rob's pretty experienced individual himself. That guy's. I can't wait to get you on the show, buddy. We're playing email tag right now. I got so many stinking junk emails that when a good one comes in, I barely catch it.
Yeah.
So it's a pain in the butt. But looks like we just about caught up with everything in chat. We just about made it to midnight. It's like 11:30.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't notice.
Hagen wanted to stay up till midnight. We just about got there.
Well, midnight y'all time.
Yes.
That's right. That always gets me.
Yep, I'm central, so it's not quite 11 here. So
Yep. That might not be.
come on.
Let's see. Hagen, is that central for you too, or you still? I think he's still. It'll be close. Hagen, is this central for you or eastern for you?
I think he's in Eastern, I believe.
Yeah, I thought it'd be close. I can't remember. I don't remember exactly where he lives at, but one of these days we'll all get together.
Yeah, one of these days.
Yes. Yes.
I got to make my rounds. I got to fish with Paula Smith this year. She's going to kill me if I don't.
Yeah.
Last year, I thought for sure I was going to make it down. I had a lot of boat problems. If you guys all seen, I completely tore my boat down, bare metal, and started over. Just I wanted to do it right, so I tore it clear down. But I've got to get down there and fish with her. Paula is a beast.
Oh,
She's a beast. Of course, she put another 80-pound fish in the boat there a couple of weeks ago. There we go. He says Eastern time.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought he was real close to the central timeline. I just couldn't remember for sure.
Are you gonna land it backwards?
So
Okay.
got some compliments. These look like closing compliments.
Yeah.
So
That kid's fixing to tear my room apart.
I say he don't run out of juice, does he?
No. In fact, I think the later it goes, the more it gets.
Put him outside for a few minutes.
That ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna help.
Oh.
I thought about it.
He looks like me. He reminds me of me. I never had a shirt on when I was a kid either. I would run around half naked all the time.
No, no shirt, barefooted. He goes everywhere like that. Last time he came fishing with me, it was like 40 degrees. The wind was blowing. He was barefooted in that aluminum boat. I'm like, you know what, kid? That's what you want to do. Go ahead.
There it is.
That's what everybody keeps telling me. Everybody keeps saying, "Oh, you need to go live more. You need to go." There's so many people doing live stuff. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I don't want to, but I try to keep it for special occasions. That's what I try to do. I got a few ideas that maybe one other person knows about for some really cool live fishing stuff that I'm gonna do, but by myself. When the weather straightens out, I'm gonna try to make a few of them happen. We're gonna see how it goes over. See what everybody thinks of it.
It's a challenge as a content creator to come up with original, unique ideas. Like you said, there's so many people doing it. You want to be different and you want to be unique.
Good job.
So
I mean, I've had a lot of different ideas lately. Some I have kept for myself. Others I have given to other people because I just don't have the capability or means to pull it off, but they did. So I'm like, well, hey, look, being as I'm never going to do this anyway, here's an idea that I had. In fact, one of them was the thing with me and Epic when we went live. I kind of went to Mark with that idea. I said, hey, it sounds crazy. What do you think? And lo and behold, we ended up doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to just a second here.
Better. That's nothing.
I was trying to
Working on a. Oh, but that is
just a second here. I am getting this for Hagen real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, has to make so much noise. What was that?
It was you.
Hey, Hagen, there's the link for Lee Reed's Uncle Lou's tackle.
It was you.
Hey, Lee Reed, I don't know what just happened. I went to your page, but it looks like I accidentally clicked on something that sent you all kinds of I asked you what can someone assist me? And
don't tell them what you.
what's popular right now? I didn't mean to do all that, but yeah, I don't know what I clicked on, but it popped up. I sent him like 5 text messages through Facebook at the same time.
Wow.
Anyway, all right. Do you guys? Wait. Do y'all do guides? Or y'all near the Panhandle area in Texas? No, I do not do any guiding. Yeah, Fimble fingers. I don't do any guiding. I like to fish. I do go fishing with a lot of folks. I've got people that have offered money to take them fishing, but pretty much on my boat, man, if you cover gas, we're going. We can go every day if you got the money.
That's kind of how I am too. I don't guide officially. If you want to come fishing, come on, let's go fishing.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah. I would, and you're like me. You love to see people catch big fish like you talked before. Yep. Everyone else has got a bigger fish than you because you like to let them reel the fish in.
Yeah, exactly.
They got better PBs.
And I'm just as happy doing that. It doesn't make me a difference if it's me or them pulling it in. I get just as much excitement watching somebody else bring it to the boat. It doesn't make me a difference if it's me on the rod or not.
Yeah, and I know that is 100% true because I feel the same way. When that rod goes down and Janice is with me, give her the rod. This is a good one. I've caught good fish.
Yeah.
Is it, could it be my PB? Maybe, but I catch fish and I fish a lot. So when I hand her the rod and her eyes light up and she giggles and dances around the boat, man, or my daughter, she caught a 37-pound blue. And I've caught plenty of 30 and 40-pound blues. Mm-hmm. She caught a 37-pound blue and she's hooked. She absolutely loved it. And, watching, especially kids, get into it. And, like Hagen, landing the rod and being a beast.
Mm.
And
knowing how big it is.
Hey, Landon, we all brag about him, but that kid, not only can he fish and he's got a good head on his shoulders, he can run that camera now.
Yeah, he's very, very, very talented with the camera. The angles are always great. Yes. The camera's always right where it needs to be.
Yeah, he gets right in there, right?
Yeah.
Like when he's doing something, you want to look over his shoulder and be like, what is he doing? I want to see that. Yep. And Landon just has that like instinct, I guess, to know that because his eyes want to go there, he just gets the camera right there. And it's kind of like, Steve Douglas's wife.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you're gonna say it, Lisa.
She's
Lisa.
Lisa. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. But just getting right in there and getting right in the action.
Oh yeah, he started.
Oh.
Going live. I got mine back here tearing the house apart on live.
Hagen says he's not confident in front of the camera. He's getting good with the camera. He's listening. You made him smile. Oh, is he listening? Well, good, man. Yeah.
Oh man, it is. I'm telling you, man. The angles are the best. I mean, that's what makes most of the videos is the good angles and. His Landon's commentary is the best. You notice that?
Oh yeah.
Says on camera are the best.
I didn't even know what's going on. Or whatever, I mean, he's just so genuine. He's not trying to put on a show for the camera. He's not trying to
out and
fool or nothing. I don't know about you, but when I was his age, I'd be a retard in front of the camera.
No way.
I'd be acting silly and just showing off. But
I can barely hold it together now.
I have silly now. I don't care.
Ain't no way.
Hey, Chris Hill, I have changed my grill over to the Blackstone 17-inch. And I'll be honest with that. I'm very blessed that it was Becca who did that. I was cooking. I cook on the boat all the time. And I have my little Coleman, that little Coleman grill, but it doesn't have a drip pan for the grease. And so on that, if you cook anything greasy at all, it will run over the side and run down underneath the grill where the flames are. Well, that's bad news on a boat.
Yeah.
So something with a drip pan. Well, she had donated some money and said, "Hey, I want you to go get a nicer grill," because she loves watching us cook on the boat.
Yeah.
So get something with a drip pan so you don't burn your boat down. And so I was, like I said, I was very blessed for her to do that for me. And so that's exactly what I did. I went straight out. I bought a grill, and I did a lot of searching around, but that was a very good buy. And so now we got Blackstone on the boat, but they use a lot of propane.
Yeah.
That little grill I had was 100 square inches of cooking surface. The new one is 278.
Wow.
And that's the smallest one I could find.
Wow.
So it was it was a big difference, but it's cool. We can do some cool stuff. I don't know if you guys saw the live stream. We cooked cheesesteaks.
I was watching at work while you were doing that. Thank you very much.
Hey, I owe you a lot more than that, bread pudding.
Touche. Okay. We're even.
Uh-oh.
Hey, just wait till we boil and crawfish live. You think I made you feel bad then? Just wait.
I know that's going to be good. My buddy does that every year. We have a big boil and fish fry and frog legs. I mean, we have it all. My nephew that was in here earlier, Hyde, he had never eaten frog legs and never had crawfish.
Oh,
you know, he's raised differently than I was raised. You know, so when I get the boys, we're going all country. I get these guys living, up in Columbus, Ohio, and big city, and they're city kids, and I get them down here, and they get to stretch their legs, and it's like driving a Volkswagen. You're trying to reach them in the back seat.
Oh, I can reach you. Grab something off this shelf that can reach you.
Yeah, but I lost myself.
Oh,
Janice is over here still messaging me. She said, "Are you still up?"
Yep, still up.
But I don't know what you said, but you got him and Landon over there crying.
Oh yeah, what I said, I can barely hold it together.
Oh, yeah.
Look, you got to understand. Anytime I'm live, and I will do it after this one, okay? I have to go back and watch it for myself to see what I said. I don't remember. It goes by so fast, and I don't plan anything I say. It just comes out. I got to go back and watch it again to see what I said to make sure I didn't say anything stupid, which I'm sure I did.
Well, for me, I'm pretty lucky. If I say something stupid, Betty goes in and makes a video out of it and sends it to me.
Yeah, that moment will live forever.
Yeah, and she don't have any room to talk because she can't get through a live show.
I'm still very surprised at myself that I can actually do this and not just lose it, Yeah. And the reason, and I do the same thing, me on here versus me alpha here, there's going to be some more adult language and all that, which I've tamed a whole lot down because, I like to videotape the live streams and, I've never done, I put it up there, but forgot to answer. I have never done turducken. I have, and yes. Highly recommend that.
You're a pro.
It's the only reason I can do this and maintain it is because I train people for a living.
Holy crap. She's been ghosting us the whole time.
Hey, you got to watch who you talk about in chat. You never knew who's lurking around in there.
Hey, I speak the truth.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, if I say something stupid usually it's when my screen freezes and I have a funky face on there, I'll get a screenshot.
Oh yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Oh. He landed.
Wow.
He landed.
No, that does not sound like fun.
No, and it's gonna be even worse when you try to get back on a regular schedule.
Yeah.
I did a stint when I first started with the company I'm with now. In the same week, I would start out working some at night, then switch to days, then switch to night again in the same week. Man, that will throw you all off.
Yeah, I did that. It was that Southern Swing. I did that schedule there for a long time, working for the DuPont up here in Circleville. But that stuff area really mess you up. Now, me personally, I've worked so many schedules and shifts over the last years in logistics. That's my background, is logistics management. I'm not sure which one made the noise, if it was the plastic or your head.
I don't know either. That kid done lost his mind. Would you just please stop it? I'm trying not to laugh. Give me that. No.
Oh.
There you go.
Sorry, bro.
That's on camera. Thank you very much.
Hey.
I don't know what he said. I heard bro. That was it.
You cannot hurt that head. Let me tell you. See that? You ain't gonna hurt that head. No.
Well, we still got Has is still hanging out in here with us. We're crazy hours, corrections. Oh yeah, 16.5-hour shifts all the time. Woo!
And that's what was bad, especially when I first started. It was a be there when you needed to be there kind of situation. There's been many times I've worked over 24 hours straight just because I should have gone home, but I couldn't because there was just something going on that I had to be involved in. You know, it's. Ugh.
Quit saying stupid stuff. I don't want this in here.
Yeah, well,
that's not going to happen.
No, it wouldn't be fun. Come on now.
Daniel, I wish you could too. No, I appreciate you just being here and hanging out with us and supporting the channel. And you're always in. Man, you're in a lot of chats.
Everybody's chat.
Supporting everybody. So
yep.
I wish my situation was different, but it is, and there's somebody who's got it worse, and they would give their left arm to be in my shoes.
Yeah. Believe it. There's always somebody worse off.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Yep. As long as we stay humble and appreciate what we got, we'll be all right.
And try to pass it on to somebody else. If somebody needs help and we can help them, even though it's through advice or whatever, hey, pass it on. Don't be stingy with the info. Help somebody out. That's
one thing that everybody has been always easy with is information.
Oh yeah.
And we talked about that earlier. It was hours ago, but we talked about it.
No, I've never ventured in that area at all. I've never. I'll be honest. I've only fished out of Louisiana once in my life, and it was offshore fishing in Florida. I've never really fished outside of. I've hardly fished outside of where I live. Much less out of state across the country. I've never really done it.
How far is that for you? Have you ever looked?
I know. Let's see, because I had to go to Alabama 2 years ago for some training, but I was on the campus of the University of Alabama, and we were 5 hours. I don't know where Wilson and Wheeler is from there, but I was 5 hours from the campus of UA.
If you want to, here's an easy way to remember how to get right there in the heart of Wilson and Wheeler. Remember Rogersville.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
See, that's got your name all over it. See?
Hey, when I'm done here in Ohio, I'm heading there.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't want to sound, whatever word you want to use about it, but my thought was always, why would I ever want to fish anywhere else but where I'm at?
See, you got a great point. If we had the fish that they have down there, I wouldn't. But
if it's to go somewhere else, it'll be to fish with somebody, not fish somewhere.
Okay, well we'll just set it up. You just come down and fish with us.
Yeah.
Because I love it. Down there, you talk about dragon baits. Wilson Dam or Wheeler Dam is just, man, it was loaded with skipjack. Right here, Hagen, man. I'm glad you do the same thing, because I'm the same way, man.
Yeah.
I'm still like a kid on Christmas morning on fishing trips, and Zach is the same way. I mean, Zach's up before me, and I get up. Zach is about an hour and 15-minute drive from my house, and when I wake up, he's already up. He's already sending me messages. 4 a.m.
See, I am not a morning person. I'm not. Oh, I can't. Even if it's to go fishing, I still don't want to wake up. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just not a morning person.
Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate that, man. That's why I'm glad I found these chat channels all about great information. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that one little bitty thing that somebody says that, oh, wait a minute. It'll spark something and get you thinking about a certain situation where you fish,
There you go.
Nope. Nah. No. I got to have at least double digits. I can't do that single digit business.
Hang on a second. My wife, she's getting ready to leave work.
Yeah, Hagen, I guarantee you, I'd be excited too, especially when you're going somewhere you either hadn't been in a while or, get all excited.
Yeah, Tennessee, man. Tennessee River for me is, it's all good. I've only fished, of course, the Wilson Wheeler, that's part of the Tennessee River chain, but I fished Watts Bar Lake as well. And I think that's really about it on the Tennessee River. But, the fishing down through there and the opportunities there compared to what I'm faced with here, totally different.
Yeah, we went. We actually took a family vacation to Tennessee this past fall. We went to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge.
Yeah.
And, passing through the area, looking at the river and what the water looks like. Man, you got some beautiful water in the area. I mean, I have never myself seen blue water in a river. I didn't know such a thing existed. Because our water down here looks like chocolate milk. I was amazed at how clear that water was.
Yeah, a lot of the water we fished down there, we fished in Kingston, which is where the Clinch River pours into the Tennessee River. And there's a lot of good water back up in there.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, we went down and fished. Right before a big storm system or something was coming through. And we got down there, like the first 3 hours we were there, we were hammering fish left and right. It was nonstop. It was crazy. We were fishing like 70 some foot of water, and we were pulling flatheads and blues, and we were like, why have we never done this before? This is awesome. And then just as quickly as we got started, it just stopped.
Yeah.
And Scott Manning, I don't know if you know who he is. He's the creator of Demon Dragons, the originator of Demon Dragons, but he guides that area.
Okay.
And I saw his truck pull in as we was taking off. I knew he was out fishing, so I messaged him. I said, "Hey, what happened to the fish? They just stopped." And he said, "A big high pressure system. I think it was a hurricane or something moving in off the coast." And he said, "Hey, you ain't gonna catch a fish till Sunday." And this was like Thursday, or maybe even Friday. And I was like, "What?" He was dead on.
Yeah.
We fished for the next 3 days and struggled to catch a couple more fish.
Yep.
But for that first day we were there, it was dynamite, man. We were like, holy crap, this is what we've been missing.
Yeah. Yeah. And I find it's kind of the same thing in my area. It's like everything is to the extreme. When we're on fish, we're catching a lot of fish and a lot of big fish. But when they decide they don't want, that's it. They just don't want. I'm either skunking or I'm slinging them in the boat. One or the other. There ain't nothing in between around here.
No kidding.
Yeah. It's like I get this when I go that first hour and not catch a fish. I'm like, oh no, not one of these.
Yeah, before I really got into the catfish thing, I didn't have very many friends that were into the catfishing like I was.
Yeah.
And I love crappie fishing too. I mean, hands down, I love the crappie fish. But a couple of my buddies was into crappie fishing pretty big. And so the three of us would travel every single year out of state to fish crappie. So I've seen his comment, comment, love to travel and fish new water, new species. I've fished Weiss Lake, Alabama. I've fished Sardis Lake, Mississippi, Reelfoot Lake, Tennessee, Kentucky Lake, Taylorsville Lake. And then went out west and fished Missouri, fished the Mark Twain Lake out there for fishing for freedom. But they were all for crappie.
Yeah.
And Chris, as soon as that ice comes off on Hoover, I'll be there, brother. As soon as that ice comes off, I'll be in there. I can't wait. Yeah, I seen the comment there. Lee Reed says you're going to have to come on live and talk GPS.
I can. I'd have to do a little research on a couple little things. I wish I knew more about the different units and different like available settings. That way, at least I can say, well, hey, look, if y'all want accuracy, do this, do this, do this. You know, I just don't know enough about the different ones out there.
He's talking about fishing with Scott Manning, and that one there was 30 years ago. Yeah, it's still good now. We just went last year, and we went in October, and it was a freaking blast. All right, so I can't comment much about winterizing and storing because we don't winterize our boats, even though it's plenty cold enough here to winterize them, but we fish all winter. So the big thing is when we pull out of the ramps down here, we stay on the ramp so that the boat is, tilted down at a good angle. And we lower our motors all the way down and let every bit of water we can out of that motor to keep it from freezing up. Of course, freezing water will expand. And I've actually busted my lower unit because it got water in it and it froze and busted into casting the metal right out the side of the motor on the lower unit. And the lower unit is not cheap.
No.
So when we pull out of the water, I don't let the motor run on empty. I know there's controversy. We talked about it last week or a week before last, maybe on the show about whether to start your motor out of the water or not. And so here's my 2 cents on it. When we start the motor out of water, it does flush more water out of the motor. It does always. It actually kicks water out, and then when you shut it off, you get like another little purge of water that comes out. So even if you crank the motor over, let it fire, and then shut it right back off, you'll get more water all of a sudden that'll come out. And we let it drain out. And so people wonder, well, isn't that going to hurt your water impeller? No, I don't think so. Because here's the other thing to think about. When you put the boat in the water and you go to start it, there's no water in that impeller for the first few seconds. It's the same difference.
Yeah,
I actually feel you have more water, and it was wet, and you have some lubrication when you pull it out and you start the motor. I think it's probably less harmful than it is when you put it in dry and start it. And that's just my 2 cents.
Common sense. Yeah.
I mean, that's when you put it in, it's dry. And so there for a few seconds, it's not getting water anyway. And so when you pull it out, it actually was wet just a second ago. I'm sure you don't get every drop of water out. And so I'm sure it's lubricated. So for us, we pull it out, we let it drain. We tilt the motor all the way down so it drains out. We start the motor for just a second, shut the motor off, let it drain some more, and then we put the transom saver bar on before we trailer home. If I'm at home and it's wintertime and cold here, I tilt my motor down and leave it down the whole time. I don't tilt my motor back up if it's outside. I don't tilt it back up until it's time to go fishing. I do not want water to build up down there and freeze, so I leave it tilted down. I've got my boat stuck in a barn right now. It's not closed in the front, so it's not completely closed, but it does help quite a bit. But so maybe that helps a little bit as far as the cold weather stuff. Cold weather and freezing temperatures wreak havoc on everything. One of the biggest things I could tell people, and it may or may not be an issue with you guys down there because you're not used to this, but your bilge pump and your live well pumps will also hold water sometimes. And that water sits in the bottom of that plastic. And in these freezing temperatures, a lot of times that plastic will freeze. Trying to get my hand right.
Yeah.
That plastic will freeze. Yeah. Will freeze and bust. I've seen guys almost lose their entire boat because their bilge pump or their live well pump was full of water and it froze and busted. And now when they put their boat in, all this water is coming in that plastic, and there's no way to stop it. You can't stop it. So you want to get all that water. So for us, if we know it's going to be freezing and we don't have live bait anyway, we don't even put water in there.
Yeah.
You pump it out and keep it dry and just leave it set and don't put water in there. So for us in the winter, we're not typically running live bait. We'll have some here and there, but for the most part, everything's going in a cooler.
I got you.
Daniel says, I can't take time away from catfish and go do any other fishing. I struggle with that as well, but I do love my crappie. Just see. 100%. It's still wet. Won't heat up unless you run it for a while. Yeah, just let it out for 10 seconds. I think you're good. That's another good thing right there. I think I had that. I have a new water pump the other day. Pump froze and ruined it. Didn't bust. Just don't work now. Got it.
And you see, I'll be honest. That's something that just hit me because we're not used to having as weather as cold as what we have. And I thought about it. My plug is still in my boat. I never took it out. I might have had a little water in that bottom where my pumps are. I may have just ruined my pumps.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's something you definitely want to keep an eye on next time you go out. So if you have an access panel, once you back your boat in, before you take off, take a good look at that down in that. If you have access to see down there anyway.
On the back panel just flips up and everything's down, bring it right there down in the bottom.
Well, before you take off, make sure you check that and make sure that nothing happened because I've seen guys almost sink their boat because they had it freeze up on them. Hey, the other thing here real quick. Shoot. What was I going to say? Daggone it. Ricky, that's no problem. I had another tip for that, but I just lost it while I was talking. For the cold temperatures and whatnot. I don't remember what it was. Yep, there you go. Check them pumps out. Might have cracked them. Now, you looking back at your videos, your boat's under, you have a carport or something there, don't you?
Mine stays under a roof all the time. Mine's never outside.
Got it. Yeah, but that water band back there may or could have froze. Same with your motor. If your motor has been in the elevated position since you brought off the water last, there's chances. Oh, that's what I was going to say. A lot of guys are experiencing problems right now. They're taking their boat out in this cold temperature, and you may experience this. Of course, it should warm up before you get back out. But if you start your motor and it's not peeing, your telltale is not peeing out, let it run for don't take off. Don't put strain on the motor. Let it sit there and run, and then shut it off. You got it, and then shut it off for about 5 minutes and let that try to thaw out, and then start it again. Sometimes you got to start it 2 or 3 times before it start peeing, but you do not want to take off without it peeing.
It'll burn it up.
That will burn it up. You know.
I do the what you just recommended. Every time I get out the water, I take my motor and I lower it all the way down, and I get all the water out of it before I put my transom saver back on. So that motor was drained last time. I know that.
That's a good practice for most people who don't think about or don't worry about the cold weather. I wouldn't expect them to do that typically. I don't. In the summertime, springtime, I raise it on up and I roll out. But right now, everything's different around here.
Yeah, exactly.
If you've seen the video that we did the other day, you know, we had to do a lot of work to the boat ramp just to get in. My butthole was like, I was scared to death.
I saw that. Oh man! Now I'm lucky because one of the ramps that we put in at is actually not concrete. It's still just limestone. So see, I could probably put in at that one at some times where my concrete ramp would be frozen. Yep,
you're right. How long has it been cold enough to freeze where you're at, Creole?
Ooh, it's been, let's see, since Sunday. Yeah, today's the 3rd day.
Stephen Corley's in here hanging out with us.
Hey.
And he's right. A lot of new motors will pee even after the shutoff that has that pressure build up. It'll continue peeing even after it's been sitting in the parking lot for a minute.
I had noticed on mine if it does that or not.
Mine doesn't do that, but my motor's a 92, I think.
I'm not gonna say what grade I was in when that motor was built.
I was getting ready I graduated in 96.
Now, you're a hair older than me, not much. I graduated in 99, so
yeah. So Janice just got off work and she says, "Oh my God, you are still on YouTube." She thinks I'm watching YouTube. She doesn't know we're actually still hanging out, chatting.
Yeah, you making watch time on YouTube, man. You making progress.
I'm way over watch time for the year. 4,000 hours or whatever to be monetized. I hit that a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh, just when I see you put the link, I'm like, I'll jump in for 10 minutes, you know?
Yeah. It's kind of like Stan's short chats.
Yeah. Yeah. Stan's short. Let's just, and then 12 hours later.
Yeah. Oh wow, we've been on 4 hours. Holy cow! This is like fishing a live stream.
This is fixing to turn into a marathon here in a little while.
Nah, we'll have to shut her down here. People are still showing up in chat, guys. It's been apparently hanging out and chatting. We've you only got a handful of folks chatting, but we still got 28 people in chat. Holy smokes, man!
I'm telling you, cabin fever. Cabin fever.
I thought about this the other day. Class of 06. Holy cow!
Oh, that's my wife there. Yeah, she was class of 06.
hang on a second here. Ran a motor for 30 years. Bought a new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. People's asked me before if I had the money, would I buy a new boat or would I keep my boat? And I'll be honest with you. If I had the money, I would keep my boat and just put a new motor on it. Hang on, watch this. Hello. I'm talking to Jeremy. Creole Catfishing on YouTube still. We're live. Yeah, I'm still live on YouTube. No, there's only 3 people in chat.
3.
No, we got 20. We still got 29 people in chat.
Yeah.
We got some hardcore.
Mm-hmm.
Say hi to Creole.
What's up, Miss Janice?
Yeah. You heading home? All right. You be careful with my truck. All right, I'm gonna hop off here. I'll see you. I'll give you a call here in a few. We'll probably got ready. Well, we've been saying we're gonna wrap this up here about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that was 2 hours ago, Roger.
So, all right, love you. Bye. She said she didn't believe me.
Yeah, see? Oh, Lordy.
Sean, he said he's off till Monday.
Yep, I am off till Monday.
Dog's telling bedtime.
Yep. Yeah, well,
Taking this boater safety course.
Ooh.
I'm old enough that I didn't have to do that.
Yeah, see, yeah, me too. So I avoided that because of my age.
Yep. So, well, guys, man, what's that?
No, I'm like Steven. The new motors are so quiet. I know, like during the live streams, I'll start my engine. You can't hear it. You cannot hear it run on the live streams. I love that.
You can hear my motor and you can see my motor when I start it because I got that big cloud of two-stroke smoke. Poof.
Yeah.
We were fishing last week and we seen this big puff of smoke and I didn't realize there was a boat because there was a bridge and they were on the other side of the pylon on it, the concrete. And so I couldn't see the boat. I just seen all this smoke. And I'm like, what in the world's going on up there? And then this little 2-stroke boat come out. I was like, oh, never mind.
I see, Roger, if you're gonna just splurge and spend money and put a brand new motor on your boat, you seen that new motor that Mercury just put out?
That's 600?
That Prado?
V12?
Get to the
my transit might hold it because I had so much trouble. I won't throw any names out, but I had a guy rebuild my transom twice.
Wow.
He's supposed to. It was supposed to be done right, and anyway,
Yeah.
I'll just leave it alone. Anyway, I took it to somebody else after he had taken all my money, and this dude, I could bolt a tank to the back of my boat. I think
You overbuilt. Yeah.
I told him what had happened, what I'd gone through, and he's like, "I got you, dude," and he put it together like tank.
Just saying.
It was ready for two.
Buy a new one,
But yeah, no, I don't think I want another payment, but I might. If I was going to make a payment, because my wife asked me before, she said, do you want to trade your truck in or do you want a boat? And I said, I already got a boat. And I said, but I do want a motor. My Tundra's got 180,000 miles on it or whatever. I said, I'm good. I'm good. Well, guys, I am going to go ahead and shut her down. We made it to midnight. Hagen's still hanging out in here too. It looks like him and Lee Reed are exchanging some information back and forth. Uncle Lou's tackle store or fishing store is what he's got it listed as. And but Guys, I really appreciate you hanging out in here with us. It's been a fun night. Creole, man, I appreciate the 10 minutes you set aside.
Yeah. That's a long 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with me.
Appreciate you.
Sharing the experience and the knowledge and stuff, man. It's all good stuff. Next week. So we got this Saturday coming up. We got the fishing challenge from Fishing with the Chad. Day 2. I'm hoping, my fingers are crossed, we can get out there and get it done. Like I said, Janice is going to sit this one out. So I'm going to team up with Skip and Zach. If we can get out, we're going to get out there and do the best we can. Safety first. If we can't safely get out there and make it happen, we're going to have to take a pass on it. But appreciate you guys all being here. Hit the thumbs up if you hadn't done so. And we will see you next time on the same cat time, same cat channel. Peace.